Hello, and welcome back to Let Supreme Ghost Thief. Today we are playing something very different, The Violent End of Duncan Malveine, by Nicked from 2020, I think. Just a couple of years old. This was chosen by DirkBogan, the winner of the last Thief Ambience Competition, and he chose that mission, or this mission, because it might lead to a little bit of a different playthrough than I normally do, because it has a lot of randomized parts to it. So I might need to improvise, I might need to change my route or my decisions throughout it a little bit as we go along, but that will also lead to a little bit of a more fun, intense, and exciting playthrough perhaps, and maybe something that a few of you would be looking forward to as well. So yeah, here we go. I love the missions I've played by Nicked, other than this one. The Turning of the Leaves was the favorite from the 1 million units contest, for example, which I played about a year ago. So yeah, let's get going with this. So we will get some information on the story as soon as we start here, but on Expert we have to prepare for the break-in at Malveine Manor. When you are ready, use your apartment door to leave. So let's do that. We have one rope arrow. That's all we're going to need. Other than that, of course, we're not allowed to buy anything. There's an invisibility potion here if you want that for Ghost, which it's possible to use on Ghost. But yeah, we're not going to need anything else. So we start in our apartment, actually. And here is the information about the mission, really. I'd been planning to break into the manor of Lord Duncan Malveine for some time, since the old goat was in possession of the world's largest diamond, the Star of Seraphine. A score like that would set me up for a long time. I thought I had all the time in the world to carefully gather maps and information before I made my move. Unfortunately, someone decided to kill Lord Malveine, and there's no telling whether or not the diamond will still be in his vault once the will has been read. I was all ready to give up as a missed opportunity, but my fence put me in touch with a mysterious stranger who claims to have been a close friend of Duncan Malveine. This fellow kept his face hidden and his voice low. It wouldn't do for members of the aristocracy to be seen associating with ruffians like me. However, what he had to say intrigued me, and the bag of gold he gave me intrigued me even further. He believes that Duncan was murdered by someone in the household, one of his family perhaps, or maybe a servant or regular guest of the house. He wants me to break in and see if I can find out who among them committed the murder. Apparently he's due to visit the household tomorrow for the funeral. Once I find out who the killer is, I'm to leave a sign by illuminating a painting of the guilty party in the mansion's portrait gallery. My mysterious benefactor claims to have enough influence over the family to ensure justice is done. Whoever he is, he seems hell-bent on revenge and has nothing but disdain for the rest of Malveine's family. He couldn't care less if I steal the Star of Seraphine, as long as I can tell him who killed his friend. This will be a challenging job, but with the diamond and the money I'm getting for revealing the murderer, it'll be worth the risk. There we have it. Okay.
Better check my map.
So yeah, we're not going to check our map just yet, but here we have all 6 pages of the maps out on our corkboard. In this room there's nothing else to read. There's a loaf on the table, that's it. And yeah, we'll start the mission once we leave through the door there. These are papers that we're going to pick up. Family and guest lists. So those I'm going to refer to throughout the mission. So that we will use. And of course it's already our items here, because they're hanging on the wall in our apartment. So this is not a bus to take. It's not unnecessary. So this is basically a breakdown of all the people in the mission that could possibly be the murderer, with a couple of exceptions. Malveine family. Duncan Malveine, patriarch, deceased, clearly had at least one enemy. Recent mechanist convert. Donated large sums to their order. Drunkard, probable philanderer. Which is sort of a womanizer, by the way. So he, of course, cannot be the killer. He did not commit suicide. So he's not one of the possible or the suspects here. Elizabeth Malveine, Duncan's wife, once stern and formidable, now getting old and frail. Raymond Malveine, Duncan's eldest son, reclusive, but the servants claim he's a sadist with a mean streak. Lucy Malveine, Raymond's wife, has a gambling problem and a mean temper. Theodore Malveine, Raymond and Lucy's son, black sheep of the family because he's a member of the Watch and an upstanding citizen. Isabel Malveine, Raymond and Lucy's young daughter, sent away until the murder investigation is over. So she is just a child, so she's obviously not the killer. So these two here in this family list and guest list are the two that cannot be the killer. Malveine family continued. Darcy Malveine, Duncan and Elizabeth's eldest daughter, austere, fanatically devoted supporter of the Hammerites. Frances Levitt, Duncan and Elizabeth's second daughter, as famous in aristocratic circles for her drug habit as for her career as a painter of scandalous art. Victor Levitt, Frances' husband, entrepreneur who made his fortune peddling a miracle anti-aging cream to desperate, gullible nobles. Leon Malveine, second son of Duncan and Elizabeth, and rumored pagan supporter, tends the mansion's garden since Duncan had the gardener let go. Notable guests. Dorian Thornwood, family lawyer, as corrupt as they come, rumored to run a blackmail racket on the side, links to organized crime. Dr. Terence Graves, family doctor, fat, lecherous toad, happy to grope the serving girls as long as his wife never finds out. Bridget Crawford, the famous opera diva, taking advantage of Duncan's theater to practice in private, very high opinion of herself by all accounts. Abraham Turton, devout firebrand Hammerite priest for the family for many years, unlikely to be thrilled about Duncan's conversion. Key servants, Agatha Harkwall, dottery old nanny to the Malveine children, mother of Gilbert Harkwall, often seen at the wayside bear pits. Howard Strickland, butler, drunkard, supposedly has nothing but contempt for his employers. Gilbert Harkwall, captain of the guard, humorless, straight as an arrow. Judith Belcher, cook, recently employed, unable to find any information about her older than a few months. So in total here, we have, I believe, 16 different individuals. 18 total minus the two that I mentioned in the beginning. Now, I do know that there were some questions on the forums about whether all 16 of those could be the murderer, because it's randomly chosen once we get to the manor who the murderer is. And I know that there isn't a scenario for all 16 of those. There's less than that. I don't know exactly how many, 10 or 12 maybe, or something like that. I didn't look too much into the details. But I don't know which one of these 16 or which ones it could be. So for me, it could be any of these. I have played this mission twice, and I had two different murderers at those times. I had Darcy Malveine when I played it the first time, and I had Dorian Thornwood the second time. So if I notice, and I probably will notice pretty early, if it's one of those two, I will probably restart it from when I enter the manor. Or when we leave the door, because once we get teleported to the manor grounds, that's when the randomizational elements are implemented. Because I want a new scenario here. I don't want to know already up front who the killer is. So yeah, there we have it. Now, we can also choose, actually, one of 4 locations that we can start around the manor. The default is enter via the Servant Street entrance in the southwest. We can also enter via the Graveyard Wall, which is in the, outside the manor itself, in the south and west corner, and we can also enter in the southeast corner. Sorry, northeast and southeast via the north wall. We can also choose to enter via the sewers, in which case we will come up in the boiler room in the basement. Now, I am going to keep actually to the default entrance here, via the Servant Street entrance. because I want to... Let's quickly take a look at the map. Because we will start by the delivery entrance here, and we can climb up and actually do the outside courtyard immediately. And that's good because we don't ever need to go back to outside the manor until later on. Well, no, actually we will need to return to this location here where we started for one reason, but we don't need to actually go back to the grassy area around the manor. So I want to get done with that area first as quickly as possible, and then head into the manor and spend the rest of the mission in there. So that's what I'm going to do right now. So let's make a real save at this point. And then we can start. Later that night. So now we got some new objectives. Steal the Star of Seraphine from the late Lord Malveine's vault. Framing someone else for the theft will keep the heat off you. Steal 1,000 in miscellaneous loot and stash it in the sack near where you started. Okay. So here's that sack. So we have to come back here and put 1,000 of what we steal in there. So that will actually be subtracted from our total amount. So you can get 1,000 more than we end the mission with, but you have to, by this objective, sacrifice 1,000. Then hide the sack of loot in the bedroom of one of the family's guests or servants. So notice that we cannot frame a family member. It has to be a guest or a servant. Search for evidence to find out who killed Duncan Malveine. When you think you know who killed him, turn on the portrait spotlight in the armor gallery for the person you think is guilty. Ensure all other portrait lights are off. Okay? There's already been one murder in the Malveine Manor. Don't kill anyone else. It pays to be one step ahead. Your employer let slip that he would be arriving at the house tomorrow. Try to find out who hired you. The Malveine family is extremely rich. In addition to the 1,000 for the frame job, steal at least 3,300 loot for yourself. So that means we have to find 4,300. That's in addition to the 1,000. There's over 6,000 available in the whole mission, so it's still, yeah, it's pretty high, but not unbearably high, because there's plenty of loot, and it's not that difficult to find most of the loot. Once all your other objectives are complete, exit the manor via the sewers. Okay. So the sewers is then accessible from the boiler room. That's where we would have emerged if we had chosen that entry point. So I will have a route through the mission that is going to allow me to stick to that route as much as possible. I might need to make some adjustments if I see things that is that I can't predict ahead of time. But we are going to light up one portrait in the armor gallery. So this is going to be one of the very last areas that I'm going to visit, because I want to make sure that I get to all the rooms so that I can read everything and then hopefully at least know who the killer is before I get to this place. So I'm going to talk a little bit about each floor once I get to it. I'm not going to do that right now, but yeah, we're going to cover the outside first. Let's see. So this is where we could have entered. We're not going to go in there. Go this way, actually. So we are now just south of the front gates. Now the front doors are actually pickable. There's a key just on the inside, but you can pick them from the outside. But you cannot cross this area here. For Supreme, at least. I'm not sure for Ghost, because there are 2 guards that are staring straight out the entrance there. We're going to head this way here. One of the main reasons why I wanted that starting point was because there's a goblet right here that I can take, worth 15. So this is the manor then. It's huge. Let's go down here. Okay. Here's a door to the basement. So that takes you in right here. Now you cannot pick the lock on that because the stationary guard outside will hear it. For Supreme, that is not possible to do. And he hears when it opens and shuts too, so that's a no-no. There's nothing on this south side really to worry about here.
Wet around here.
Okay. Now notice that the guards here, they have both swords and arrows. And they will actually switch to arrows if they see you and you are... well, now he just switched while walking. That's a little bit weird, I think. But anyway. They will switch if they can't reach you to shoot you with arrows. Here's a flare. Okay. Here's the graveyard. Davros Malveine. Consuela Malveine. Rodri Malveine. Delilah Malveine. Graham Malveine. And Joan Malveine. And behind here is a card. A play card, 8 of diamonds. And there's actually a full deck of cards, 52 cards. And that can lead to a hidden objective. No loot, actually, but just a hidden objective. And I'm going to take all those cards, mostly because it leads to an objective, and that seems to me to be worth it. Okay. Let's wait for this guy to turn around again. So none of them actually go through the gates. Now when I come inside the manor, I'm actually going to turn off the fog, because I do not like fog inside. Never like that. Let's see. Here's actually an entrance. That also takes you to the basement. It takes you to this room here, because we're on the east side now. Loading times are a little bit higher because it's a big mission. But anyway. Okay, there's another playing card over there to the left of the bench that I want, but none of these guards can be over there when I take it. Or when I go for it. Here's a loaf of bread. See, I don't think that this guard will go over to the bench again afterwards. No.
God, I'm bored. 8 hours.
10 of clubs. Some sound propagation errors here and there outside, but anyway.
Dun, 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 dun.
There's another set of double doors that can also be picked. That takes you into the morning room right here. There's also a key on the inside for those doors, so you can relock it and could possibly enter that way for Supreme. There's nobody behind there that would hear you pick those locks. This is where you would start if you had chosen the northeast starting point. Oh. What is this? This is new. A handkerchief soaked in blood. That I have never seen before. That could obviously be a hint. Well, I think that's pretty clear then. This is my first playthrough, by the way. I have not, after starting to record, I have not reloaded. So that is a hint, I assume. So that probably means it's neither of the two I previously encountered as the murderer. That is interesting. So here, I'm just going to show you. It's another way to get into the basement. And that takes you into this red arrow. Shows the entrance there. You can go in here because although it makes noise, you don't have to make that noise. This is not property damage, but you can't really replace them, and they're very loud, so I'm definitely not going to take that way in. But that is a possible way to get in there. So a handkerchief. How could that be a hint? I mean, it is a hint, but how could that narrow it down in any way? Okay. Well, I'm sure that it'll, or hopefully, the pieces will come together later. Here's another card, 7 of hearts. Let's see. And now we are actually in the northwest corner. So this is the front gate area we're seeing now from the north. Okay, there's a guard coming there, so I can't. So we're actually going to drop down now to the northwest sort of depression area, graveled little depression here, equivalent to the one that we started in, but we're going to go there and we're going to enter that way. See me there. Yeah, we're going to drop down here. That is a pretty good way to enter, I would say. I think I'll save here. So we're now going to come in. We're going to come in right here. We are entering, not, this is on the courtyard level. That's why it's shown on the ground floor level, but we're going to drop down here, which we already have. So I'm not really sure why it's shown ground floor, but we will come in here. So in the basement, we are going to... this staircase down is pretty difficult because all of these, you can see the cameras here and different locations, numbered even. This is a pretty difficult camera to dodge if you come from this way, and we're not going to take the staircase upstairs. There's a camera staring straight at it. So we're going to actually head around the room a little bit counterclockwise. We're going to go down here. There's a door here, actually. It doesn't seem like there is, but there is. We're going to go down here. This is the entrance that you would have taken if you had sort of entered where we started. And we're going to move around like this, and then we're going to actually go to these two rooms from the east. It's easier to dodge that camera from the east. This is a ventilation shaft that is actually pretty convenient for us to use. There's a wine cellar here. And the kitchen is the most difficult place on this floor, because it's just brightly lit all throughout. There's a servant in there, and she has a fairly predictable patrol route, so it shouldn't be too difficult to just wait her out. But there's another guard too that patrols through like this. So he might accidentally come into the room when the coast is clear for us to move through, so that might lead to some untimely extra weights there. There's also a pretty difficult camera here because we have to head west to the barracks and the dungeon area. And we are actually going to head back and do the servants' quarters last, and then we're going to head up in the southeast. I considered going up in the northeast too, but it's a lot more difficult to move around from this area on the ground floor, at least the direction that I want to take, than it is here. This is a pretty, I would say this is the best area to come up. Now, what we're also going to do, going back here, we're going to hit the security room pretty quickly, because in my previous playthroughs there's been information in most of the security rooms about where the murder took place. And that can be a pretty good hint early on. At least then we know, where to expect other hints to be found. Probably some in the murder, at the murder scene itself. Okay, there is a guard here. I don't think he comes out through this door. We want to follow him. He does come out here. I did not know that. Okay. How far does he go? Okay. So here's a card. King of Diamonds. Well hidden. There's a camera here. Right there. Here's the camera that I said was difficult if you head to the east. Okay, I want to head in here right now. We want to hide here. Good. So now we went to the security room. Let's see here. Yeah, that's all that I needed. So the camera here I showed you, that stares straight at the staircase to go upstairs, so not good. So here are switches actually for the different cameras. So the numbers there correspond to the numbers on the map. So that is very convenient. Now for Supreme, of course, we can't turn off any security cameras. That's not allowed. So we don't want to do that. Let's read these. Mechanical Watcher Security. The watchers on each floor of thy mansion run on their own circuit and canst only be deactivated from the security room on that floor. Even should the thief manage to access the security room, i.e. us, they would be unable to disable any watchers on any floor above or below. In addition, the power level for each circuit has to failsafe. If more than half the watchers on a floor are deactivated, the failsafe shall trip and simply turn them all back on again. Shouldst thou have need to deactivate all the watchers at once, the master controls can be found within thy vault. Okay. So we can't turn off more than, well, if you ghost, you can of course turn on cameras, but you can only turn off half of them. More than that, and they will all turn back on. Okay. Okay. By order of Captain Gilbert Harkwall, the prayer room off the chapel has been designated as a crime scene by the City Watch. No one is allowed in until the Watch have finished their investigation. You are accepted from this rule only if you need to enter the prayer room in the pursuit of an intruder. Okay, the prayer room off the chapel. That is interesting. So the chapel is here. The prayer room is down here. So that's where the murder took place. Okay. Well, you do have Father Turton. But he's a Hammerite. And this is a Mechanist chapel and prayer room. Because it's Duncan Malveine's. So that seems a little bit too easy that it's Father Turton. I have no clue here who this could be. That's interesting. Okay, well, we'll just have to figure it out. Now, something I should say, though, is that this objective here, it doesn't matter which portrait you light up, it will check off as successful. Even after the mission is done, it will not cancel or show failed. So it actually is, it's not a bust to any ghost mode if you don't get the right killer. Of course, I'm going to do whatever I can to figure out, hopefully, the right killer, but it isn't a bust. It's only if this one would change to be failed after the mission. And that it did, for example, if you compare to Mission X, COSAS 2, you had to dust bomb the door for the mistress. And as long as you dust bombed any door, it checked off as successful. But after the mission, it would actually change to failed if you dust bombed the wrong door. That is not how it works in this mission. I kind of wish it did. You know, because you can still finish the mission. But it would be neat to get that crossed off. I mean, you'll get to know who the... Will you get to know who the killer is? I don't really know if you do. If you pick the wrong killer, will you be told afterwards who the correct murderer is? Because both times I played it, I got the right one. I don't really know that. I didn't look into that. So, I mean, hopefully I get the right one in this playthrough. But if you know whether you're told, please let me know in the comments. Okay, so now we know. Let's make a note of that. Is that how you spell handkerchief? I'm not sure, to be honest with you. No. Is that how you spell it? Anyway. Usually I'm pretty, you know, perfectionistic when it comes to spelling, but handkerchief is not a word that I spell too often. So I usually have to spell it out and look at it if it's right or wrong, but that seems right to me. Murder scene, prayer room by chapel. Okay, so let us continue here. Something else that I'm going to do that I didn't say is I am going to visit the entire map. This is, as you guys can see, an auto map. So I want to make sure that every room that can be checked off with blue for us having been there is checked off. So I want to visit every single room that I can visit in the actual playthrough. So even though there's some areas that might not have any information or anything you know, to pick up, I will do that. Okay, this is the cook's room. Dried wolfsbane. Okay, that is something that can be used as poison, I know. Because that was present in both of my previous playthroughs as well. And there was a book about poisons. Now, since we found a bloody handkerchief, he probably wasn't poisoned. Most probably. So that probably is not a hint to anything that is vital for us. So each of these rooms on the bottom floors has an open trunk. That is to place the sack of loot, to frame them. Okay. So now we are in the butler's room. Okay. Last time I played this, there was a letter in here. There's no letter now. It's only a book. Friday, June 5th. Still expecting a few more arrivals for the funeral, though I've no idea where we'll put them up. I'd turf a few of them out if it were up to me, particularly that pompous know-it-all priest. Ever since Lord Malveine's murder, he's been loudly banging his same old drum about the folly of the mechanist heretics, and not so subtly implying that Duncan had what was coming to him. It's all I can do not to roll my eyes. The only one that listens to him is Darcy, and we all know she's just as ridiculously pious as him. Move with the times, I say. Those mechanist contraptions are certainly going to make our lives easier. Okay. So, the priest and Darcy, I guess, both have motive here. And also notice that Friday, the June 5th, I think he was killed on the 3rd. So that's Wednesday then. Or maybe 2nd? 2nd or 3rd, something like that. Tuesday or Wednesday. Okay. This is the housekeeper's room. Was that that was the captain of the guard's mother, wasn't it? Harkwell something. A knitting needle. Okay. Nothing more than that. Wayside Bear Pits, Beast Fights, Tuesday 3rd of June. 7 p.m. Big Bad versus Gassy McGee. 7:30 p.m. Sable Demon versus a host of serpents. 8 p.m. Furious George versus Rory. 8:30 p.m. Mountain versus the Green Screech. 9 p.m. Flaming Joe versus Lord Gouger. And 9:30 p.m. Current champion Raging Bill versus the Knife. Okay, so it seems like she is a Beast Fight fan, and that she has attended, I assume, these on the 3rd. Wait, didn't the other readables say that Friday was the 5th? Friday should be the 6th, if Tuesday is the 3rd. Okay. I'm gonna head back and look at that. No. Yeah, Friday, June 5th. That doesn't make much sense. So one of them is wrong then. Either intentionally written wrong or just written wrong by the author, I'm not sure. This guard, I think, will go down there. Not.
What's that?
Yeah, they do hear doors quite well, actually, most of them. And in here, this is where he just came from. Okay, nothing to see here. See, I gotta check every room for new hints. Delivery is June 6th. So that would be... I do think that Friday should be the 6th, not the 5th. Anyway, today's food delivery signed for by Judith Belcher. 7 tubs of vegetable oil, signed for by Victor Levitt. 4 bags of salt, signed for by Victor Levitt. Batch of advertising posters, signed for by Victor Levitt. Okay. We want to go out here. That is the area that we would have entered. I just wanted to get the count for this little room here. Follow him. There's a camera here. And here's a secret, you can see that. Actually. Open it from here because we don't want to block the actual panel. Let's see. It doesn't count as a secret now. It counts when we go up to the 2nd floor. So for Supreme, you can't even take a little chirp from those watchers. That'll be a first alert. That's a bust. So there's a lot of secrets, a lot of secret passageways, and there are these cameras. And this is a camera that shows you this room here. So we're not on the ground floor now. I'm not sure why it shows that, but anyway. Okay, here is Gregor's missive, page 1. So Gregor's missive is another little mini side quest. There are 13 pages that you can get. I am not going to read those pages until I get all 13 because it actually converges into a book and we can read them all in order because I'm not going to take them in order. So I'm going to skip reading those until later. So up here. This is to the bath on the west on this floor. Let's see. That counts as the secret. There's also Ace of Hearts. We're not going to go through that. But that takes you, let me see, we went up here now. I'm not 100% sure where this takes us. Let's see, we went here. We go back. That probably would lead us out into this hallway right here. Yeah. So we got the count for that secret. That was my purpose. We actually should get all secrets, which is kind of cool. We can find all playing cards for Supreme, and we can get all of Gregor's missives. See there, that we can't have. Gotta time that art that. We can't do that. There we go. Now we're safe. So this is a sort of a prop room for the theater upstairs. So first I want to get Queen of Diamonds. Is there anything else in here? Could be clues, you know. No, I don't think so. Wait, what is this? Oh, yeah. This can take you up into the theater room from below. Forgot about that. So, and this is, one of them has a flare, and one of them has a flash bomb, that's right. No loot in those. A lot of light switches. Okay. So now we are in sort of a storage area for the garden. We're right below the winter garden. And you can go up to the courtyard here. So that's possible to do. Maybe we should even go in there so we get the count for that area. And then this is the door that you could pick open right from the outside that I told you can't do for Supreme because the outside guard will see you. And you can also go up here through a ladder. A shovel with traces of soil clinging to it. Okay, well that doesn't seem like it has anything to do with a murder then. You can go up there if you want to. Oh yeah, so now it counts as the courtyard. It doesn't actually count to this that little. Okay, so this here takes us to a very difficult area also. This staircase here with the watcher and the guard is very difficult to come from the west. So we're going to use the vent shafts to move around a little bit now. Okay. Here's another page of the missive, page 8. This is the wine cellar. This was my murder scene in one of my playthroughs. Right here. But it's not now. Okay, there's a pair of coins here. There's also a playing card under the bench. Four of clubs. Difficult to gauge those cameras sometimes. Okay, Lampford Vineyards, 794, 795, 796. And these have numbers on them as well. I don't think that's important right now. This door takes you out to the hallway outside the boiler room. Not going to need to do that. Take a bottle of wine here. Total 135. Okay, well he will hear that door. He alerts to that. It's just that he's stationed right now, and when they are, they don't give first alerts.
Odd noise.
He hears me moving a little bit, I think, when I... There's another guard too there. He can also hear me, so... Or see me, rather. Okay. So hallway here. Can actually get spotted by the camera here, so we gotta be careful. So now we're in that difficult hallway, right? But now we're coming from the east, so that's a little bit better. Good. So here's a rug. I think there's also a playing card, yeah. 7 of spades. Let's see here. Yeah. This one moves very slow, but we can gauge it. Fairly easily if we're just careful. What's annoying is when you reload, those cameras actually reset. Not always, but sometimes. He doesn't see us here. Okay, in here, there's a statue. This one you can't open, but you can open this, an artifact. And there is 2 of hearts. I thought there was. Back there, I closed both of those doors, didn't I? Yeah. Camera pen's a lot faster. Okay, in here, coin pair, stack of copper coins, cheese. Notice to all staff, please be on the lookout for iron playing cards as you go about your duties. If you should find any, please bring them to me. Anyone found to be deliberately concealing one of these playing cards will be severely reprimanded. Gilbert Harkwall, Captain of the Guard. Interesting. Sergeant, as you know, I shall be away from 2nd to the 4th of June visiting my aunt in Wayside. This is not an excuse for lapses, however. I shall be conducting an inspection of the guard staff upon my return, and I want a full report from you. Make sure the men know that oversights will be reprimanded, particularly Benny. He's on his last warning after the wine cellar incident. And make sure that everyone knows that Tuesday night's archery practice is not optional. I expect full attendance. Captain Gilbert Harkwall. Okay, so the murder was what took place on the 3rd. I know that. So he has an alibi. He is definitely not the killer here, because he was gone 3 days there. That's interesting. So maybe we can, on this second notes page, write down alibis. So Gilbert Harkwall alibi. Let me just see here. I want to go a little bit quicker. Just in here. Yeah. Here's another playing card, 2 of clubs. Okay. Need to go back to the wine cellar here. Make a real save. So I think actually we can go... Okay, yeah. I was going to say I didn't know where this guard was, but now that he's coming, we might be able to sneak that way instead. Okay, well... See, we have to head to the kitchen now and to the cold storage here. And we can go through the wine cellar, but I probably think it's easier to go straight through the boiler room. But now we have to follow him. That's okay. This is the servants' area. I don't know if he actually hears that.
Odd noise.
Yeah, he does hear that, so... is there... Oh, there's that too, okay. There's a lot of cameras in this mission, so there's going to be some time where we get caught. And when you reload, the cameras reset their positioning, which is even more annoying, I think. Wow. So there are 2 guards here. I'm not sure if I even was aware of that. Okay. Well, this guard here, that's the guard that goes in a rectangle clockwise patrol. I noticed a readable in there that I did not see last time. Here's the entrance to the sewers. We're going to go there later. Yeah, okay, you can't actually read these. There's a stack of silver coins, and then there's a cheese under here. Okay. And here is the maid in the kitchen. I can't 100% remember if she comes closer to here. Okay, this might be bad timing.
What was that? Did you?
Yeah. That was pretty bad timing. She does see me there. Yeah, we have to wait one more round here. I might instead have been better off just going through the wine cellar after all, but now we have to just deal with this. So one of the main difficulties in Supreme compared to regular Ghost is that Ghost doesn't have to worry about opening and closing doors and getting alerts from that, because it's always first alerts. You don't have to worry about closing doors, but the first alerts are things that you can sometimes miss, because if you close a door and the guard is on the other side of the door, you might not notice that they alerted in the first place.
Is that you, Cavill?
See, now we have another bad timing here. It might be a little bit better. Okay. See, last time there was a notice on the pillar here. We have to go into that coal storage.
Who's there?
And then you have all those little... This door turns on the light when you operate it. Okay, in here, there's the King of Spades, and then you have the entrance to that chute again. I don't think, yeah, we can't go further north, so we have to go through the kitchen to go up to the other areas here, but that's okay.
Is that you, Cavill?
I should have gone quicker. I didn't know she was just waiting there. Oh, there is a notice there. Okay. Oh, she sees that when she stops and she turns my way. She doesn't alert verbally, but she does see that.
Who was that there?
Man, this kitchen was more difficult than I thought this time. There. Gold plate in here. Total 389. There's also carrots in here, I think. Something like that. Maybe those are on the table. Yeah. See, I'm going to go read that notice right now. Reminder, I shall be away from Saturday 31st of May, returning Wednesday, June 4th. Mrs. Harkwall will be in charge of kitchen duties until I return. All prepared, pre-prepared food is clearly labeled in cold storage or the pantry. Judith Belcher, cook. That definitely matches with the dates that we talked about. So we can definitely add her to the alibi. She has an alibi then. She has been gone when the murder's been committed, so definitely not her. We're gonna head in here. camera here. There's also a guard. There's not room here to stay hidden while you close the door. See, we're not going to go that way. That'll take you up to the ground floor. This is a difficult area to pass by here, but... Ooh. So here's a guard. We're going to head into the barracks now. There isn't much in that because of that watcher, but can do it. Here is the barracks, kind of a weird layout here. In here there is 5 of diamonds. I think there's a broadhead arrow in this one. And this one has a stack of silver coins. 2 more stacks of copper coins and some food. That's really all. The other guard doesn't come in here, but he stations himself out in the hallway, I think, for a little bit. So, the mission isn't super difficult to Ghost. Obviously, it's more difficult to Supreme. There's just a lot of tight patrol areas and cameras you have to dodge. I guess that makes it difficult. So, this is the dungeon or prison. Different prison rooms or prison cells here. A few of them have something worthwhile. Here is Gregor's missive, page 9. So here's spades, hearts, diamonds, and clubs. So these are the 4 suits then that you can unlock, because you can get a key once you get all the cards. For each suit. This is the area that we could come down from the yard. Here's Ace of Clubs. And then we have everything we can get from the prison. Here, just some bones. So now we have to wait for him to pass the doorway because we have to dodge the camera. Now we have to go back into the kitchen and clean that, and then we're almost done with this floor. We're safe. We're totally safe here. We just have to be careful this guard doesn't hear the door closing, and then the other guard that comes from the other place. comes. So in the lift for the dumbwaiter here, there's another card. Plate there. And there's another card, isn't there, somewhere? Of diamonds. Nothing else in here, just decorative. You can take the dumbwaiter up from the kitchen, then you come up to the morning room. We're not going to do that, but you can.
Is someone...
I didn't know that she actually went like that.
Honey. Who was that there?
Let's wait, actually.
Who was that there?
Oh, so she actually turns all the way backwards. That's nice to know. And we're done in the kitchen. Here. Let's see, we've now visited all the areas except for the southeast. So this is then, isn't this Harkwall, the chief captain? Stack of silver coins, and then you can go up here. This is one of the entrances that I think I showed you from the yard, right? Couple of readables in here. Captain Harkwall, my late father was always dead set against opening the strange vault that my grandfather Gregor constructed in his madness, even going so far as to re-hide the iron playing cards that serve as keys whenever any should be found. But now that he's dead, I see no reason to continue upholding such a ridiculous tradition for the sake of Gregor's insane fear of some curse. I don't believe in curses, and I want to know what's in that vault. If you or your men should find all the iron playing cards, you'll find yourself richly rewarded. Lord Raymond Malveine. And then there's also a crumpled piece of paper. Captain Gilbert, sir, watch his eye, your Strickland fellow, just as thee instructed. He am a skulker and no mistaken, but sees I no wrongdoing, lest way by city law. Most nights he a sneak from out yon servants' entrance, and Tuesday be no exception. Tuesday is the 3rd, right? Same destination he make for each time, but it be no inquitous den. Steadways, his skulking feet take him always to the Berwick's Head Inn, and holstery, hostelry the very same. There he sink himself a goodly sum of ale, and no plotting there be done neither. For always he drink alone, and seem in mood most dourly afflicted. Villainous he may yet be, but I sees no sign of it in all my watchings. One eye to keep espying, another silver piece it be. Remy. So that was Strickland. Right, wasn't there a Strickland? Okay, we don't want to go through all that. Let's see. Howard Strickland, that's the butler. Okay, yes. So, based on that readable, then, I'm going to say he has an alibi too. There would not be a readable like that if he was the murderer, I would imagine. Okay, let's see here. Broadhead arrow. Carrots, we don't want that. Let's read a couple of things before we reload. Cleaning Rhoda. Week commencing Monday, June 2nd. June Tigglesworth, ground floor bedrooms. Mary Schilling, dining areas. Violet Gunby, first floor bedrooms. Wendy Grimes, theater. Gertrude Bryce, second floor bedrooms. Wendy to tactfully steer the Lord away from the theater if he tries making any more drunken advances on Miss Crawford while she practices. Okay, I think I read that last 2 times I played too. But obviously that would be a reason for Crawford to maybe murder him. I'm not sure if he has done something worse than what is just alluded to here. I don't know. Here's a letter. Miriam, you were right about Leon. He snuck out Tuesday evening around 6, looking furtive. I followed him and he wound up in Aldale Park, where he stopped and waited under the bridge for ages. When it was almost dark, a disheveled-looking man arrived. I would swear he was a pagan. I was too far away to hear the conversation, but Leon gave the man some money and took a small bag off him. Then he took a really twisty route home. Didn't get back till nearly 10. I guess he was trying to throw off any pursuers. I want to get a look at that bag. What do you think it means? June. Okay. So Leon Malveine was not back until 10. 6 to 10. So he is the gardener. Okay, well, that bloody handkerchief was found in the garden, or in the yard. Okay, I don't think that means anything directly here. Okay. So over here there's an apple and there is 9 of spades. And there's a coin. So that, this area takes us to a little engine room. The rotten cheese.
No thanks. I'm not ever that hungry.
Okay, so I'm not sure what these tally marks here are for. How many rats he's caught, or something like that. There's also a box here. A hammer. Worth 75 total, 513. There's also 3 broadheads that we saw on the other one. I thought there was one more. One more diary. Well, I want to search every room anyway. Let's see. We don't need to go through the northwest entrance. We need to exit through the southwest. Wait. Yeah. Why didn't we get a count for that? Oh, yeah, because we didn't actually... Yeah. There we go. There isn't anything in this one. Okay, then we are done in the basement. So now we can finally climb up to the ground floor. So we're now arriving in the southeast storage room. There's a statue. statue, and there's also a card. I thought. No. There is Gregor's missive, page 7. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this floor. This has some difficult areas in it. The gallery especially is difficult, and there's, I think, 3 items we need from the gallery. So we are going to clear most of the floor clockwise. Go through the banquet hall, the winter garden, there's a theater here. There are 3 people that live on this floor, or that have their rooms here. The doctor, Terence Graves, Dorian Thornwood, he's the lawyer, and Bridget Crawford, she's the singer. And there's a security office in the northeast. There's also a fairly difficult main hall here, and this hallway is tough, and the ballroom is all marbled. It's a smoking room and an office here, and then I'm not going to pass through the gallery. I'm going to get things just through the doors from the sides and from the tower upstairs later. We can access the main courtyard on this floor, and there's a music room and morning room, which is sort of a lounge. A pool and a bath here, kind of similar, and a bar and billiard recreational room down in the southeast. So we are going to make the full loop around and then head up the stairs here at the end. We're not going to again go up in the northeast. North here, we're going to get to this hallway, but there's no point in doing that. I don't think there's anybody that patrols in here. Only upstairs. Three candlesticks. It's pretty lucky that nobody was upstairs now. Head into the winter garden. There's a moss arrow and one in the flower bed right there. Yeah, we have to be careful here, because they can see through glass doors. I think maybe there's a guy that goes into this room. There's also a card behind those trees there.
Something moved there.
I was right about that. Let's wait him out then. But I don't think there's anybody that goes through here. I don't think there's any differences either between patrols. Between the different scenarios, I mean, for the murderer. There are probably a lot of details in this mission that I've missed. So many layers, so many variables that whatever you guys can share would be valuable.
Who goes there?
Oh, come on. Go a little bit faster here, though. Nine of diamonds. Let's see. That's this guy, isn't it? Yeah, there is one guard that goes around both entrances to the theater. I think maybe we can make that. Yeah, good. There. So now we're in the theater. The only thing really of interest here is a heavy sandbag. That's going to be necessary for part of the vault. Up here is a card, Queen of Hearts. And then this is sort of the balcony. Where the rich people sit. We're going to enter the balcony of the theater a little bit later. You can go in behind here, just a skull.
Someone making noise?
He was closer than I thought. Oh, that he saw for sure. I don't know if we can hide there when he comes back, so I'll wait. We're gonna hit the 3 rooms with people in it. This area now.
Hey, what was that noise?
What I did there is also not smart. To save when you have an open door behind you. Let's see, we're gonna go to, yeah, Bridget Crawford's. She's asleep, I think, so I don't think it's an issue in here. Tiara and a readable. City Tribune, June 4th. Opera's opening night, a grand triumph. The City Opera House played host last night to the glorious opening of a new opera by renowned composer Mr. Wesley DeWitt, a romantic retelling of the saga of St. Eora. Its star was the celebrated soprano Bridget Crawford, who brought many of the audience to tears with her emotional performance. The Opera House, so recently reopened after the scandal of its previous owner, Lady Valerius, was packed with the city's finest nobility, many of whom flooded Miss Crawford's dressing room with flowers and continued to celebrate her triumph with her long into the night. Good for her. I think there was a diary here. There we go. June 5th. So that's 2 days after. That's Thursday, right? Another day spent in this accursed house surrounded by sycophants and idiots. At least I no longer have to be concerned about the lecherous old drunkard wandering in and leering at me. I must practice looking sad for the funeral. Yet almost as bad as Lucy coming to fawn over me like some upwardly mobile toad. The ghastly woman actually believes she can sing. She had the gall to suggest we sing a duet together. There's only so many ways I can politely drop hints for her to go away and leave me alone forever. Alright, so this sounds very similar to the diaries that I read in this room the last 2 playthroughs. So if she was the killer, maybe the diary would be a little bit different. Not sure. Silver and gold coin stacks in here too. This is the lawyer's bedroom. He is sleeping also. The stack of copper coins, coin pair. 3 readables. Okay, last 4 readables. Okay, there's definitely an extra one here. Here are some hints. And there was also, when he was the killer, there was a half-burnt note in the fireplace that indicated that he had changed the testament. Flash bomb. And a dagger, total 915. Thornwood. While I appreciate your diligence and expertise, I'm also growing tired of sifting through paperwork. For example, was Monday evening's meeting entirely necessary? Can you not simply prepare documentation entirely in advance for me to sign? You surely do not need my stamp of approval for every little bit of legal jargon. All I'm trying to do is ensure there will be no unpleasant legal fallout to my evicting the riffraff from my estate. I had no idea it would prove this tiresome. Is there no way we can expedite the process? Perhaps through some financial incentive? Let us come to some arrangement. Yours sincerely, Lord Samuel Yarms. Last will and testament of Lord Duncan Malveine. I, Duncan Wilhelm Geoffrey Malveine, do make this my last will and testament. Firstly, to my wife Elizabeth Malveine, I leave my full estate, including the house in the city, and the premises upon which it is built, with all content therein, and what finances I have deposited with First City Bank and Trust, with the following exceptions. To my eldest son Raymond I give and bequeath my country estate and grounds, including all contents therein, and hunting rights for the estate, as well as the sum of 350 silver pieces. To my eldest daughter Darcy I give and bequeath all the books from my library, as well as the sum of 300 silver pieces. To my second son Leon I give and bequeath my share of the tavern, the Gilded Peacock, premises in Aldale, total 1/3 of the ownership of said business, as well as the golden gear for my chapel, in the hopes that it reminds him of the true path, as well as the sum of 200 silver pieces. To my second daughter, Frances, I give and bequeath the collection of artifacts in my gallery, as well as the sum of 200 silver pieces. To my housekeeper, Mrs. Agatha Harkwall, I give and bequeath the sum of 100 silver pieces. To my captain of the guard, Mr. Gilbert Harkwall, I give and bequeath the jeweled sword, Thief's Bane, and the sum of 25 silver pieces. To all other servants in my employ, I give and bequeath a sum of money equal to exactly 1 month's wages. To my good friend Miss Bridget Crawford, I give and bequeath my 2 musical Victrolas, in the hopes that they inspire her angelic singing. Signed, Lord Duncan Malveine. Dear Mr. Thornwood, I beg of you to speak to your client Samuel Yarms on our behalf. Our family has lived and worked on this land for generations, and now we are to be turned out, destitute, with nowhere to go. Surely the good Lord Yarms has a heart. How am I to provide for my family if he evicts us? Yours in hope, Gammer Hopkirk. Old Dr. Graves has a fondness for young women, and he would pay good money to prevent his wife finding out. Getting the vault code out of him should be child's play. Don't fail me, D. Okay. So the vault code location does change randomly. I think not only the location, but what the actual code is also changes. Because it was not the same code for me the 2 times I think I played. Okay. Alright, well, the doctor's is right here. He definitely heard that. In case you don't know, I've said it before, but guards that patrol, when they are stopped, they do not give first alerts, but this guy would still give a settling remark a few minutes later, because they take a long time to settle down from doors. Oh,
Stop tapping with.
I thought he continued there.
Don't see anything now. Huh? I see you there.
Okay, so how do we do this? There. Nobody heard that. Okay, this is the doctor's chambers then. There are 2 gold candlesticks in here. Here's a crumpled note. Write down the code to the vault, then hide it in the clock tower before midnight tonight. If you don't, your wife will be receiving a detailed letter about a certain young patient of yours, Annabelle Fincher. Okay. So the clock tower is here. We are, let me see. Yes, we are gonna hit the clock tower before we get to the vault. That we definitely are. So then we can find it there, that's good to know. Dear Dr. Graves, long have you been a worthy physician and loyal friend to my family. I face a problem and I do not know who else to turn to. My wife Lucy, who, as you well know, is impossibly headstrong, has taken to gambling at every conceivable opportunity. It is an addiction for her, and worse, she loses more often than she wins. My own savings are dwindled to almost nothing, and I fear she has her eyes set on the family fortune next. Is there anything you can prescribe? Any treatment that might quell her appetite for card games and thrill-seeking bets? Yours faithfully, Raymond Malveine. Alright, and there's also a diary. Appointments, June 1st, Mrs. Mallory, checkup. June 3rd, travel out to Lady Wrigley's country estate. And return on June 4th from Lady Wrigley's. Okay, then he also has an alibi. It's not him either. June 5th, annual fitness checkup for Lord Malveine, cancelled, patient deceased. At least I assume that these are truthful. I guess maybe you could make this up and just make other people assume that he was out of town. June 6th, Mr. Gaspode checkup. June 7th, Mr. Silas cancelled, attending Lord Malveine's funeral. June 8th, Lord Totringham annual checkup. June 9th, annual summer symposium. June 10th, no appointments, expect to be hungover. Alright. So in the bath, No hints in here. There's a ring. You have to wait for it to go back.
I see there.
Oh yeah. Now, this is difficult. In fact, I'll make a real save here. We're gonna head into the main hall and then head east into a sitting room area. I'm not sure if this is safe. I think so.
Hey!
Hey, what was that? What's going on?
All right. There. What happened there? One of the candlesticks didn't count as loot. Did you see that? That, I hope, is not a problem. No. It did, it just didn't make sound. Okay, that's good. That didn't make sound either. Weird. 1265. This is Lord Gregor Malveine, faithful husband to Maria, devoted father to Duncan. Okay, here is a readable. It's a newspaper, I think, yeah. City Echo, June 4th. Prominent nobleman murdered. Lord Duncan Malveine was found dead in his home this morning by cleaning staff. The City Watch is treating the death as suspicious, but no suspects have been arrested at time of going to press. Details of the crime have not been released, but we will bring you full details as soon as we can. Lord Malveine leaves behind a widow, Mrs. Elizabeth Malveine, who at the time of the murder was last night's guest of honor at Lady Ashworth's charity ball for the orphanage she helped to fund. None of the Malveine family were available for comment, but this reporter has been as yet unable to verify the alibis of any other family members. So then, Elizabeth Malveine is also having an alibi. So we have two then that we got to add to our list of alibis, right? We have Dr. Terence Graves. And we have Elizabeth Malveine. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 then. 5 out of 16, right? Still 11 more that could have done it, but That's a good place to start. Be a little bit difficult here. We're going to go into this area. Good. Because that is a little room that we got to get checked off, and there's also a secret here. There. It's a secret. I can't remember what number it was on the secret. Second one. There's another camera that's just straight out into the hall that we're close by. 8 of clubs. And Gregor's missive, page 6.
What's going on?
This guy, I remember, notices the smallest little taps of the shoes. Let me show you what's going on.
Heard something.
I hate creep.
You've messed with the wrong man! Ah!
Here is a front door key,
Better be taffing around down
and that obviously works on the front door. Nothing else in here.
That's it! You've had it!
I heard something.
I don't know. I just like to mess around with the guards occasionally. So what we now have to do, so we don't get a count for that secret room, it isn't registered as a separate location on the map, we have to go through this door here and then into the ballroom. That's the best way to do it, and then go through the ballroom and out here. This hallway here isn't that difficult, but this has a camera. This is a very difficult room.
Who's creeping around there?
So that actually isn't too bad. Let's wait a little bit. Wait 2 seconds before we go. I heard something, but I don't think it was an alert, but I just want to make sure. This is difficult. There is a card in here somewhere. There we go. 5 of clubs, and then there is a diamond up here. Okay, that was... I knew it wasn't a message, but I couldn't remember what tune it was, but it wasn't anything special. This here leads straight out into the gallery. Near impossible to go in here, and there's nothing that we can get from this location. So now I've sort of circumvented that hallway. I'm just going to head in here. There's nothing that we're going to pick up in here, but... Peachy Pete's Big Bad Bulk Box o' Bog Roll. Toilet paper. 24 times rolls. And there's a lot of boxes. I'm not sure how many in total. If thou sprinkleth, when thou tinkleth, Beast thou sweet, wipeth ye seat. That's great. Oh. Oh, there's a camera into the toilet. How disgusting is that? Agatha, I don't care how many rumors of the Cyric plague you've heard. There is simply no excuse for spending the entire month's housekeeping budget on toilet paper. See that most of these crates are returned. Howard. That was all we had to do in there. This is a sitting room, isn't it? I don't think there's anything. Baronial Observatory events calendar April to May. This is June to July. June 3rd, Leonides meteor shower. New moon. June 6th, Aurelius the Blue at greatest western elongation. June 17th, full moon. June 22nd, conjunction of Phagius and Corelius. July 3rd, passage of Ginvold's comet. July 2nd, new moon. July 7th, Iorio at greatest eastern elongation. July 10th, Regulus at opposition. July 12th, transit of Phagius across the sun. July 16th, full moon, partial lunar eclipse. July 28th, Sacramine's meteor shower. Glasses 2, total 14, 15. And this is an office. Here you have 2 stacks of gold coins and a purse, total 1,500. And then there's a book, I didn't know that. Donating to the mechanists has made a serious dent in my finances, but it wouldn't do at all to be left without their gadgets. With the latest security devices now installed, my home will be the talk of the city. The city council, damn them, will block me if I try to put the rent up for my tenants so soon after the last increase. Maybe I can make back a bit of cash selling the old hammer trinkets that used to reside in the chapel. Old Father Turton will chew my ear off over it, but he's already becoming extremely tiresome, ranting about heretics every hour of the day. I'm not going to be left in the dust just because he can't accept that he's yesteryear's news. Okay, so that seems a possible motive for... Oh yeah, up here there's a 6 of diamonds for Father Turton. How did he not hear that door? That worries me. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait for him to leave, just in case. This is a very, very solid mission, guys. Just every room is nicely textured. It's great layout of the building. Okay. This is a smoking room, obviously. And here there is a goblet and a little spice bag, total 1555. And there's also a statue. And nothing else. Except there is a... Oh. Very well hidden button, actually. That I did find on my first playthrough. I should say that. It takes you through into a different room. So this is a walled off area. So you can't access this room any other way. So the location on the map should be a hint that there is something here. Maria. this is Gregor, I assume. So that's Gregor's missive, page 13. That's the last page, so yeah, that's why I assume it's him. Whoa! There is that robot or servant that comes occasionally. Okay. So now we're gonna head up here. Just wait a minute. So let me think now. Can we close? Can we close the secret from the inside here? Can we only open it from this side? Is there a button here? I don't know if there is, you see. Because you can come from above here. Let me see if there is anything. That. Yeah. Okay, good. Then I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that because now we come up to the second floor here. Here is the 9 of clubs. This is Gregor missive, page 11. Then we're gonna open this. And that takes us actually to the library on the first floor. Oh, we didn't get a count for the toilet. Might want to do that. We gotta go back down here and do that for sure. Yeah, let's do that. I'm happy I checked.
Nobody pushes Benny around.
Okay. There we go. 1570, right? head out through the library.
Drop your weapon!
Yeah, there is a guard up top that actually sees us here. You can close most of the secrets from either side. Now you don't get a count for this because we already got a count downstairs because these are connected, these two. Okay. So I'm not going to take anything here. I'm just going to go straight south because I want to head back downstairs. This is a good time to go, actually. See, there isn't any easier way to do this. Because the only way you can come back out to the courtyard here is to go back through this ballroom and out here, and that's just a mess. This is the best way to do it. Yep.
Who's there?
Oh, and then he comes. Okay. Well, we can go around. Oh, we could have gone this way. I think that guy actually comes into the library, even. He might not. There. Can climb down this vine. Spice bag. Crumbled note. Francis, if you want more of the really good stuff, come by Sunday night. Not the usual place though. The bulldogs have been ferreting around. Come to Gillian's shop anytime after 7. Use the back entrance and make sure you're not followed. K. No. Okay, he did not see us. This is the gallery, and we're going to go in here because we're going to take a mask right around the corner there.
Something moved. Hey! Stop right there!
Are we safe anywhere here? I don't know if I'm even safe here. Yeah, we have to wait for him to come back. That is the best way I've found to handle the gallery, is just to use the 3 entrances and get the items that are closest to those entrances on the inside. Because those 2 cameras there are very difficult to dodge. There. Worth 75. Total 1685, right? Yeah. So he goes into the... Oh, he does come in there. Okay. In the pool. 2 of spades. And then we're going to head in here. Take a king of clubs. So we're now on the eastern balcony, actually, close to the armory gallery. But this room here has a watcher in the ceiling and sort of an open spot down to the pool room. And it's very difficult to go through this room here. So I wanted to get that one right now, so I don't have to take that from the inside later. Really the only reason. Saw that. Okay, let's see. So if you're wondering how on earth you'll be able to find all those playing cards on your own, there's actually a book with hints for each of the cards, but there's one book for each suit. So I'll show you them when I find them. 7 of clubs here.
Is someone there?
Does he come in here?
Just rats again.
He does. So I need to head into the morning room now, so that's tough too.
What is this? Smells like old meat. Hello? Show yourself.
Oh, that's a guy upstairs. Here I'm pretty safe. Here is a statue in the morning room. And a goblet, and this is a door. No, a door. It's a key to that door. Yeah, it's just called a back door key, I guess. You can pick the lock on this door if you want to do that. This is the dumbwaiter. We're not going to go down the dumbwaiter, we're going to go through it. In the dining room, we're going to take 3 gold plates. I'm also going to take a mask here. Total 1915. And in this room, there's a purple vase. Yeah, this is where you would come up if you went from the... I'm just going to check here. Yeah. If you were to come up from the basement. In this room there's also 8 plates. Up here there is a card, 7 of diamonds. This is a security room. This one we read. And this one we read as well. Is this the room there was a secret in? No, there's one there is a secret in. Isn't that here?
Is someone there?
Yeah, it is. There's a secret in here. There we go. Gregor's missive, page 4. And then 4 of spades. We can also check out the dining room. And a room that we have not been in yet. It's the music room, actually. There we go. I don't think anybody comes in here.
What was that noise?
Yeah. So we have to now head into the gallery, take another mask, and also take a card in there. That can be tough. Because of that camera. Let's just try to monitor it a little bit here, shall we? It's definitely not going to work now. See, we don't have too much more. We have to go back now to the music room. And then bar billiard room before we head upstairs. Right. Got stuck on the painting. But I took the... this first then. There we go. 8 of hearts and a mask. Go. $2,095. There we are. Silver flute. Okay. The other guard will come out of that door there. There is a loot item, goblet, I think, in the water here somewhere, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we visited all these areas now.
Hello?
Yeah, that is not going to work. I'm really hoping I don't get caught here. Goblet here. I just don't know if that other...
Just because I've been here only a few months. Who's there? Oh. What is that smell? It smells like old meat.
Yeah, there's no way I'm not... Oh!
Something moved there. I
Obviously gonna get caught there. I know I got across the first time, but I don't want that guy up there to actually notice me.
What is that smell?
Because I fear that he's actually hearing me, he's just not alerting because he's stopped. I'm gonna have to do something here.
Is someone there?
I'm gonna have to dodge him along the wall here. I'm in a sticky spot now because I will get caught.
What was that?
And I can't see anything when I'm pushing against the wall.
Is someone there?
This was bad ghosting. I should not have taken that chance. This is a difficult room and I did not have to deal with this last time at all. I think I got out of it now. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Use the hardcover.
What's that I see?
And then he comes back. Are you kidding me? Ooh.
Just because I've been here only a few months, I think that I can just get away with pushing me around.
Is that you? Okay, calm down.
I'm just going to see if there's enough time here to do that.
Huh? What was that?
Okay. So now the other guard doesn't come because he has... There's a chance he might not use the doors. There's a randomness to his choice of path. That's good. Okay, then we can just do this till we...
Something moved there.
Whew. This was not anticipated, but it's a very difficult room to go through, and good. Now we should be good here. Okay, whew. Let's see. In here there are three vases, and then there is a card. Jack of spades. You can actually play pool. You don't have a cue, but you do have the balls there. Actually did not see me there. Wow. Okay. Is this Lucy Malveine? She has some dice and stuff. 2 pairs of coins there. Here, this is not hard. 4. One, 2. Bottle of wines. That should be it, shouldn't it? So now we just have to head across the hallway to the staircase here. And of course, we get caught. Right, under the staircase here is 5 of spades. And that is actually the end of the ground floor. We visited every single room we could except for the old tower. We will have to come from the tower on the floor above, and then we will go down and take one piece of loot right outside this door. That's difficult. Awesome, that warrants a real save there. Then we can head upstairs. Oh. I'm not sure if this guard that I'm hearing is on this floor or the top floor. No, he's on the top floor. We're gonna head in here. Grab a bottle. And take the 10 of spades. So we're going to cover this floor in a similar fashion to the floor below. We're going to head around in a clockwise fashion. So some of these areas are fairly narrow because you can't go downstairs. And we can hit the balcony of the theater. And then I'm very interested to hit the chapel because the murder site is in the prayer room. So we'll see if there's any clues there. And then we have Darcy Malveine, the daughter, and Victor and Francis Levitt. Over on the across the hall from Darcy. We're not going to hit the main foyer. There's nothing there on this floor. We're going to head through this area and then to the library. The library is quite difficult on the lower floor because there's a guard upstairs that can see you even though you can't see him. He can see over a ledge. So we have to be very careful there. And then we're going to go east. We're going to go through the tower and then head downstairs to get that loot in the gallery. The Lord's study might have some more clues. I don't know. And then we are going to hit Lord Duncan's room is here, and his wife Elizabeth's room is here. These are covering 2 floors. And we can actually, from the upper floor, head across the roof and down to the armor gallery on the 2nd floor. So then we are starting the 2nd floor at this point. That would be a very good way to do it, because this bath area is full of tile, and Elizabeth goes back and forth here. So that's no on the upper floor she does. So I don't want to head through that area. So that's a good way to sort of circumvent that. But I'll discuss that more when we get there. Ooh. I hope he's going in through that door there. Yeah. I kind of didn't know that he went that route, really. So now we're above the banquet hall. There's a couple of things up here. This is dangerous. See how they stop in their patrol? Over here is a pretty difficult piece. Card. 3 of hearts. I think this guard would be coming back now. I don't think... Yeah, I think so. This card here is pretty difficult to find. Yeah, because there's another guard that patrols over here. That's not him. He goes back and forth. So he should be coming back here now. Problem is there's so many different floors and hallways and guards that it's tough to even know where they are. There's a trophy worth 100, totals 27.55. And I want to head in here. There's a guard that's about to come back. So now we're upstairs on the theater balcony, and there is another card. This is one of the very last ones I found. 2 of diamonds.
What's going on over there?
He was closer than I thought. That door goes out to a balcony. There's nothing of interest there, and you don't get the count for those balconies anyway on the map. Another trophy, 28.55, and that is a good camera here and a guard, but they were conveniently away. Here's the chapel. Oh, okay. By order of Captain Gilbert Harkwall, this room is off limits to all except security personnel in the pursuit of their duties, while the City Watch proceeds with their enquiries. Thought this was something else, but yeah. That wasn't there last time, of course, because this wasn't the murder scene. Alright. A chalk outline of a body. That one you find in every version, depending on where the murder is. Here's a statue. A large smear of dark blood. Okay. This pew has been smashed by a heavy impact. Okay, that seems significant. Because then there is a murder weapon. That must be fairly substantial. Like, it's not poisoning, it's not drowning, for example. I'm saying that because that was the case when he was killed in the wine cellar. He was drowned in a barrel of wine. Okay. I think we should add that to our clues. Killed by a heavy item, probably. Yeah, I'm thinking like, I mean... So, most probably then it wouldn't be like a sword or an arrow. It would be like a sledgehammer or a club or something. Or maybe a rock, but that seems unlikely. See, in here there is another card. 3 of spades. Then you have a gear worth 125, total 29.95.
Didn't sound like rats this time.
Okay, that's actually pretty good timing. Just wait a little bit. Hey, this is Darcy Malveine. Deadly Nightshade, that is a clue if she has poisoned him, I think, because first time she was the killer, first time I played the mission. There's a stack of gold coins. There's a necklace. And there were 2 statues, total 31.50. St. Therome's Institute for Pious Ladies, meeting of the 3rd day in June. Meeting schedule, 6:30 p.m. arrival and new members introduction. 6:45 p.m. sermon from Lady Fiona Perryman, The Virtue of Chastity. 7:15 p.m. Sermon from Lady Darcy Malveine. The Trials of Faith in the Age of Heresy. Okay, so then she has an alibi here. 7:45 p.m. light supper. Well, I'm not sure if she could have made it home maybe in time. 8:15 p.m. sermon from Lady Jane Villiers. Slang, the trickster's most insidious weapon. 8:45 p.m. questions and discussion of the sermons. Minutes to be taken by Lady Darcy Malveine. Okay, so then definitely she did not commit the murder. 9:30 p.m. to 9:45 p.m. institute business. Now we can definitely add Darcy Malveine has an alibi. Then we have quite a few here, 6 so far. Hammerite Compendium of Precepts, Regiments and Rules of Conduct, Volume 27. For there is none more intolerable than the heretic, and he shall forever be denied a place by the builder's side. It is the duty of the faithful to drive the heretics out, to strike them down, be it with warrior's might or woman's cunning. No crumpled papers. So that is a common thing that would change. A lot of like papers around that could suddenly be there that wasn't there before. We're gonna head in there. Here we go. Statue, and then buy an advertisement. It seems like buy Victor Levitt's Miracle Cream. Put your doctor out of business. The strongest and best cream for immediate relief from rheumatism, neuralgia, sciatica, lumbago, toothache, sprains, swellings, hair loss, animal bites, backache, chilblains, bruises, sore throat, women's hysteria, and much more. Prepared by Victor Levitt, expert drugologist, available from your local druggist. Ask your doctor about Victor Levitt's Miracle Cream. I will not. Some hideous art here. Bag of spice, 3205. Victor Levitt's Miracle Cream cures all manner of maladies, I'm sure. Mr. Levitt, no, I will not endorse your Miracle Cream, as you call it, for I do not believe it to be anything more than a fraudulent attempt to swindle the more gullible inhabitants of the city. If you would reveal to me a list of the ingredients used, I may be convinced to reconsider, but I suspect your reticence is due to the contents of said cream being rather less miraculous. Yours sincerely, Dr. Terence Graves. June 6th. Back in this nest of vipers for Duncan's funeral. As if anyone in the vile family of dullards actually cared about the old goat. Their greed is written plain on their faces. They're all after the diamond. They're all far too self-absorbed and narrow-minded to see that it should be mine. I went up to the roof to take some air earlier this evening and saw a most curious sight. There was a figure creeping out of the clock tower as if attempting not to be seen. As he drew closer, I realized it was Dr. Graves. I thought to call out to him, but something of his manner stopped me. He seemed flustered, uncertain. Perhaps he is grieving in some strange way. Who am I to judge? Okay. This readable might have been here before. I don't remember it. But I don't think there was anything important in the clock tower, so maybe there is now. Oh, here we go. Sabrina, you're missing the point, I'm afraid. Though I appreciate your offer of a holiday at your country manor, the fact is that the art scene simply bores me. It's all too safe, too clean, too formulaic. They call my art challenging, shocking, but they know nothing. They enjoy the scandal of it, nothing more, like a priest in a whorehouse. I despise them all. Nope, the solution is to go further, push the boundaries of what art can be, create a piece that leaves the world indelibly changed. True art is sacrifice, and it will take audacity and courage. Francis. Okay. In here, you have to go out on the balcony, because there is a card. 6 of hearts. Oh, great. Am I caught now? surely hope not. I hope not. I'm not going to save it. Phew. He goes into the library. Okay, we're going to have to head after him there. If we go in there quicker, we can do that. I'm going to make a real save here because the library can be difficult. Yeah, that guard up there. If he is on the sides, he can see you, and sometimes he goes straight to third alert, so you can't hear anything. Oh. Until he is fully chasing you. Now he's there. See that? Okay. I didn't get caught there. Here is one of 4 books. Each of them cover a suit in a deck of cards. And this book tells you clues for how to find the different cards in a suit then. So these are clues for all of the 13 different cards. The first atop the oldest wall, with soldiers silent one and all. The second watches and applauds the acting troops that tread the boards. The third looks down from airy heights upon a hall of armored knights. From up on high the fourth you'll see, if you are above the library. Where all the guards lie down at night, the fifth is hiding out of sight. In a corner off is lurking, the sixth looks down while I'm working. You seek the seventh, I presume? Try looking in the dining room. The eighth is with the morning stone, specifically with Auntie Jones. So that we found was one of the first ones we found outside. Where flowers grow without the rain, look down and you'll the ninth obtain. The 10th upon a shelf does lie, near bubbling soup and baking pie. With hammer trappings old and done, the jack resides and has his fun. Go through the stage and search below, if it's the queen you wish to know. And out the front in gravelled yard, the king behind the door does guard. That was the last one I found. And that was the one that we took when we finally went into the basement. So, I'm actually going to need 2 of these books, but I'm not going to take this one. Because we have to return it. Specific reason why I'm going to do that. Okay. Here. There's a button. And here is a safe that we have to pick open. Get a purse. I don't think we can close this one. Okay. Don't want to save because I don't trust this guy upstairs. 33.25 we have now. That was worth 120. he come by from right to left now? He does. Okay. I'm not sure if he'll see me. I gotta grab a piece of loot on the table. Beyond Sheep, how to deal with insomnia. Okay. The Big Book of Common Poisons. Deadly Nightshade. This plant can cause a number of symptoms including blurred vision, loss of balance, confusion, and convulsions before causing the victim's heart to fail. Water Hemlock. Ingestion of water hemlock can kill in as little as 15 minutes. Initial symptoms are vomiting, shortness of breath, dizziness, stomach pain, and diarrhea. And the victim will then suffer convulsions, organ failure, and difficulty breathing before falling into a coma and dying. Wolfsbane. Swallowing wolfsbane can cause death within 1 to 6 hours, depending on the dosage. Symptoms include numbness and burning and tingling sensations, followed by a state of nervous excitement and finally heart irregularities causing death. Okay. Here's a valuable book. $34.50. I think I'm good here now. This is stairs, so I'm gonna go in there just to get a count for it. That takes you... Oh, no, it's all one piece, isn't it? On the map. We're gonna go this way. We're gonna hit there's a security office on this floor. There's a guard that comes in here and there's nowhere safe except for in here. So we've got another secret for that. I've lost count. There's another security room, of course. And here you have exactly the same one describing the security system. Take this. And that we've read before. And that we've read before. Be on the lookout for iron playing cards.
Is that you?
Oh! I thought maybe I would get caught, but... Now we just need to grab this. So south of here just takes us out to a balcony. Yeah, so we don't have to worry about that. But in here, we have a camera that looks over a bathroom. Jack of Hearts. I'm not sure what that was there. Should we try that again? Cool. Whoa, I think he goes through here. He might stop for a little bit, but I think he goes further. That's the guy that we met. He takes a loop like this, I think. So we're now going to head over to the tower. And then he had these rooms here. Good. Okay, let's go down. While we're here. Because under the stairs we can find another card. Queen of Clubs, we're gonna head west. Oh! Oh yeah. Isn't that the Miracle Cream guy, I think? Gold candlestick, 3512. Let's go this way. Yeah. Now we can head into the gallery and we can actually take that piece of loot there. This can be tough, because we have to be a little quick. Not sure if we're safe here, actually. From this guy. Oh, no, we are. He takes a lot. When that swings back again, we gotta go. Let's hide it back here. There we go. Perfect. 3612. Alright, there's a vegetable oil, salt, and a couple of letters. Dear Mr. Levitt, thank you for your visit on Tuesday evening and for your continued patronage. I have spoken to my typesetter and implemented the changes you requested. Please find the first batch of posters and our invoice enclosed. If I can be of any further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Yours sincerely, Edwin Carruthers Printworks. P.S. Thank you for the sample of your miracle cream. My wife has been using it each night before bed and she's never looked better. Bucket of thick goop that smells suspiciously like urine. And then there's the same advertisement that we read before. Okay. Let me just think about something here. Yeah, there's no... Okay. Because... I was just thinking, where we found that bloody handkerchief, that was outside the old tower. So somebody that killed him could have thrown that out there to sort of cover his tracks. Could that be Victor? Does he have any motive, though? I don't know. He's like, the proximity-wise, he seems to hang out in the tower. I'm not sure if that is a clue to sort of pursue or what it is, but have that in mind. Okay. So now we are going to head into Theodore Malveine's room. Which would be south, wouldn't it? He has a ring. A Malveine family signet ring given only to Lord Malveine's direct descendants in the male line. Okay. Oh. Here's a sword, but... yeah. June 5th. Autopsy report. Subject Lord Duncan Malveine. The victim was found in the prayer room of his home. This is going to be important. Time of death was somewhere between the hours of 7 and 9 on the night of June 3rd. Victim was killed by a massive blow to the head. The skull was partially crushed and the victim died of trauma to the brain. The murder weapon was something blunt and heavy, swung from the side with great force. Victim's right forearm was broken, indicating the victim tried to defend himself from an initial strike, then succumbed to the blow to the head. Victim's blood alcohol levels indicate he had consumed some alcohol in the hours before death. Okay. Yeah, well, we basically confirmed what we already assumed, that there was a heavy murder weapon. So obviously then not a sword or something sharp, but something blunt, like a hammer or a mace, maybe. Purse, 3712. And City Watch Shift Rhoda, June 2nd. Name Constable Theodore Malveine. Monday, Tuesday wasn't... Tuesday was the 3rd, wasn't it? Is that what we said? Yes. 6 to 4, then. Theodore Malveine has an alibi as well. And he's probably emergency leave because of the death of Duncan Malveine. Shift cancel, funeral leave, yeah, day off Sunday. Adjustment reason, emergency leave, signed Lieutenant Mosley. Cute. Alright, well then we have Theodore Malveine also has alibi. And in the bathroom we have a goblet, I think that's it. See, there was a letter in here last time I played. But there's no letter now. I cannot, of course, remember what that letter said. But there was something else in here too. There is a secret. Queen of Spades, and then I think there's something else. There we go. Page 3. Now we gotta head east. We want to now go into Isabel Malveine, which is the young daughter. That obviously doesn't have anything to do with the murder, but there's something in there that we want to take. Okay. Oh, I can't do that. We go. And in this room there's a plate. That's really all there is. Well, there's a little music box. And then in here there was a readable last time that I think told about where the combination information was. And then this is her playroom. I like this. I think this is cool. Our two young boys, they have a love for train tracks and stuff like that. So this is right up their alley and my alley too. Little Hammerite, my first coal mine, teach thy children of honest toil. Containeth 3 minecarts, 16 track pieces, 3 scenery rocks, minor figurines sold separately. Well, she was lucky enough to get 2 of them. And in here, there is nothing. Except a couple of dolls.
Just because I've been here only a few months.
Guard is outside, I think.
Get away with pushing me around.
We're gonna have to head into the sitting room here. This is a brightly lit area, and we have to have that guard leave.
Something I could do with this, sir.
That guy doesn't actually come in here, he just opens the door and stands there. I was wrong. Yeah, so this room here isn't one that you need to go into for any reason, so... Got 2 purple vases. I'm gonna hide here first. So there's a loaf of cheese and a cucumber in here. There's a letter. Dear Gertie, thank you so much for continuing to look after my little darling Isabel. She is too young to understand the situation with her grandfather, and it would be best to wait to explain until after the funeral, when all the hangers-on have departed and the city watch have stopped their blundering about the place. Do let me know if she needs any of her toys, and I shall send a servant to bring them to her. Okay. Now there is a secret in here too that gives us a card. Here, but it's difficult to get that card without getting burned here. It's right up. So we have to do it quickly. Oh, it's on the... Okay. It's straight up. Yeah, then you can take it without really getting burned. Ace of spades, wasn't it? Good. Ace of spades, yes. Okay, in here... Stack of silver coins, and then you have another book. The Book of Hearts. That we're also not going to take. We're going to take the last 2. But I want to read these. The first rewards a careful eye, a secret passage you must spy. But that is a fairly vague, because there's many secret passages. The second in a storeroom waits. It's nestled in between 2 crates. Stand before a roaring fire. Find the third by looking higher. The fourth is cowering within the walls of ancient Castle Bryn. A pile of books conceals the fifth. Just seek a corner out forthwith. Lean out to see the green courtyard. You'll find the sixth. It isn't hard. In garden's corner on the ground is where the seventh may be found. The eighth is in amongst the art. The gallery is where to start. The ninth is in a purple hall between the flowers and the wall. The 10th is lying on the floor behind a loose and leaning door. Behind a bookcase waits the jack. It opens if you've got the knack. Above the stage she can be seen. Look hard and you'll have found the queen. If it's the king you wish to meet, he lies beneath the waiter's feet. Interesting. That just adds so much richness to the mission. It's just so cool. It's not something you have to do. Let's see. Only the letter here. Father, I beg you to do what you can to aid dear Frances. Surely it cannot have escaped your notice that my dear sister has become quite dependent on illegal opiates. I fear for her health, and I fear for her immortal soul, for it is not said then... For is it not said that to seek earthly pleasures is to deny the pleasures of the builder's paradise? I also suspect her husband, that low-life Victor, of enabling her behavior, either through complicity or neglect. I have tried to speak to her, sister to sister, but she will not listen to me and names me a pious preacher, as if it were an accusation. Perhaps a stern voice of reason from her father will snap her out of it. Ever your loving daughter, Darcy. Okay. There he is. All right. Yeah, he goes back. We have to dodge him now. Let's real save it up. No camera in this hall. Oh. Didn't mean to do that. We're gonna head in here.
Money by tossing it left and right to every scoundrel with his hand outstretched? An outrage.
This is Elizabeth Malveine. We're gonna have to head in here. She didn't see us, but I'm sure that the other guard will come back. Maybe not. We'll see. She goes upstairs.
Things are simply not what they were in my father's day.
Goblet and a letter. Dear Elizabeth, my deepest condolences on the death of your husband. It is with the greatest regret that I shall be unable to attend the funeral. The weight of my responsibilities is hardest to bear at such times, but rest assured my thoughts are with you. On that other matter, I must certainly concur with your general opinion of Mr. DeWitt. He has a smattering of talent, but it's undermined by the sheer weight of his ego. You should have heard him on Tuesday night after the premiere. To listen to his boasts, one would think he had sung all the parts and played all the instruments on the orchestra himself. Yours with deepest sympathy, Aurelius Stibbings. Alright, let's see. Necklace. We're gonna head down here, so I won't. There should also be a ring here. Yep. Crushed water hemlock. That was one of the poisons, wasn't it? Just wanted to get the count for this room. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I can't believe he thought to charge so much for that. Does he think I'm a fool? I got this money
What
by
is that
tossing it
smell?
left and right to every scoundrel with his
Smells
hand
like old
outstretched.
meat.
It's an outrage. I won't see my house a second time.
Okay, good. I'm just going to check something. I want to just save or go out to the menu. Yeah, last time there was a diary and 2 letters in Elizabeth Malveine's suite. Now there was only 1 letter. Did I miss a diary? a little closer. I thought it was upstairs. I'm not sure why, but I thought there was something on top of this shelf. Is it under her bed? No. No, it must just be missing in this version. All right.
Thought I saw something.
Well, we do need to go in there.
What's there?
Okay, we can be safe here if we get there. But we do need to get there because we need to get this purple goblet, and that is a difficult piece of loot to get. Yeah, we can't do that. We have to go quicker than that, so. This goblet you see over on the table there is difficult. There. Okay. So we can hide behind here, and then when it swings back, we can go and get that. Yeah, I just wanted to check that I closed the door. Good. Okay. Then we're going to go to Duncan Malveine's room. And there's nothing in nobody in here. There's certainly something, but empty bottle of wine. Yeah, it said that he had been drinking a little bit. Stack of gold coins. Nothing to read here, but there is a book of clubs that we're going to need. The first in prison, dark and cold, were mended wrought in times of old. On a pipe, the second placement, in a closet in the basement. The third looks down from up on high, and sees each banquet passing by. You'll find the fourth is very near, the cask that holds my favorite year. The fifth you may espy by chance, if you should partake of a dance. The sixth is in a lofty spot, leaning upon a chimney pot. From in the water calm and cool, you'll find the seventh by the pool. Your coat must hang upon a hook, to find the eighth within a nook. If for the ninth you should aspire, then peek behind the library fire. Observe the sun rise from a bench, if you should seek to find the 10th. The red-robed father's smiting arm will keep young Jack from any harm. If you would make the queen your prize, beneath the oldest stair she lies. The king is raised above the court, where he can see the clock's report. So yeah, we're going to need 3 books to get 1 piece of loot. And this is one we're going to need. And up here, an empty bottle of wine. Purse, 44.39. And there's also a card up here. Six of spades. Didn't hear that. And this goes back south into the... No, we are on the second floor now, so it doesn't count that as second floor. That goes south into the bath area, where we did visit. It looked like there was something on top of here, didn't it? It did. There wasn't. Okay, just a second here real quick. Alright, so here we have the Vault Security Manual. That's the second book we're going to take. And this one right here is going to be very important. So we'll see. In addition to the 4-digit code used to open the vault door itself, the following security measures have been installed. 1. Electrified floor plates, powered by a dedicated charger collector installed into the northeast tower roof in the optimal position. Whew. Okay, I was unsure of this. Because so that is actually randomized. It can be in either of the 4 towers. The last 2 times I played, it was always in the southeast. So I thought that's just permanently where it was. But I checked online and it was randomized where the location is. Because somebody said that there was several security things that were random. So I did check that. And there's a 25% chance of it being in either tower apparently. And if it's in the northwestern tower, we have to take an extra Supreme Bust. We have to take a first alert. Since it's in the northeast, that shouldn't be an issue. Which means that we should be able to hopefully play this mission without getting a single first alert and get all the loot. So that's awesome. While the electrified floor is active, thou must not under any circumstances enter the vault. The charge is quite sufficient to kill. 2. Metal Watcher. A watcher hath been installed watching the vault door. Should an intruder be espied, the alarm shall be sounded. Weight Sensor. The weight of that treasure shall keep the security system from being activated. Should the treasure be removed, the weight sensor shall rise and the security system shall be triggered. Okay, so then we have to turn off the electrified floor, we have to turn off the watcher, and we have to bring something heavy in order to replace that with the item that we're stealing. And this book here we're going to have to return, but that's okay. We're actually going to head up to the roof now. Okay. So now we have arrived on the eastern section of the rooftops, right here. So we're only going to be here for a little bit right now. Let's see. We are going to let's see, is that on the other wall there? Yeah, there's a target right here. We're gonna have to shoot. Can we do... Oops.
No, quiet now.
Yeah, he did see me. Man. we're gonna have to shoot that target like this. I don't think that actually hit it. I think that hit the side of the eave. We're gonna have to wait for that guard to go. We're gonna have to do this on the other side too then. I thought the one target was accessible, just shooting it across, but I guess not. Can't do that. I don't know, you can stay on the outer ledge here. There, we definitely hit it there. And then we should be able to do that to the other target as well. Here's a little statue. Yeah.
I think I deserve a pat on the back for that one.
Maybe you do. So that's a cue that you've done it correctly. And then actually a chest here spawns with a golden arrow. And that is worth 150, total 4604. And we get an extra objective from that, an expensive shot. Alright, let's see. Over here, there's also 6 of clubs. This is the southeast. Yeah. Here's 2 broadhead arrows in a target. We're gonna head down here. There we go. Nice. So this is actually a dark ladder at the very top, so we can save it here safely. So now we have come down in the armor gallery. We are on the 2nd floor right now. It doesn't show that because this is one that transcends the floors, sort of. But we are up here now. And Elizabeth Malveine comes out through this door occasionally. There you go. Talk about the sun and it shines. We're going to have to wait for her to go back, and then we have to dodge this camera and get 4 masks. There are 2 on the walls over here and 2 on the walls there. Then we have to leave through that door. It's just pretty difficult to dodge this camera. There, now we can do that. quicker there. Go. Now we'll have to follow it when it goes back again the other way. We should be able to do that before she comes back, I think. There we go. 4804. The last thing we need to do here, which I might not be able to do now, but let's go up here and get a card, and now we should be able to wait. Here's the dead body of Duncan, actually.
Things are simply not like they were in my father's day. He would never have seen such insolence, such disrespect. And if he had, they would have been floggings, I can tell you.
There we go. Perfect. It's another security office. There's a pair of glasses here and the same. Yeah, same readables. We can head up into the southeast rooftop tower we're basically in right now. We should have been here already. Why didn't we get the count for that? Oh, maybe that's one that gets triggered from over here. I'm not sure. It's a valuable book and a hammer. Total 5,029. And there's also Jack of Diamonds here. Just gonna look for clues. Nothing. So if it's in the southeast tower, then it should be right here.
Someone making noise?
If you go out here, then he gives the first alert, so you can't do that. And on the table there is a gas mine, a rope arrow. No, sorry, a broadhead arrow and an apple. But there's no loot up here, so that's not a problem. So we can go back. So now we are on the second floor, and we have to now head back west. I don't think we can get the count for the stairs here. Maybe we can. And again, we're going to have to head in a similar way around, and then we're finally going to head up in the tower. But we are going to have to go up in this area too, because that will then give us access to the switch for the electrified floor. Yeah. because that's in this northeast tower. We are not going to hit a couple of the rooms in here right now, because there's a key that we need for this question mark room, and that we're going to get a little bit later. But here we also have the vault room, but you can access that from above a little bit later, so we'll see how we do that.
Strange door.
No, this is a ground floor thing, so. Let's do that.
Is that you?
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. We're gonna have to hide from him and just wait for him to leave, I think. Yeah. There's a piece of loot up here. And there is another card, I think, on the rafter. Loot is on that side. You can probably see it. It's a purse. There's the card. 3 of clubs. And then we're going to head up here. Purse, and I actually do think we can drop without taking damage here. And that was counted as a secret as well. It was worth 100, total 51.29. Let's head further west here. Here is the vault. Electrified floor, I think is brilliant that you can look in here and you have the diamond on display. You have a camera that doesn't move at all, that just stares straight at the vault door. And we have a guard here that will catch us.
What I see there?
He doesn't see us going by, so... Yeah, we're going to have to go into the diorama room because there is a card there that we need. But I'm not going to use this hallway now. I'm going to go out and then back in here. And then to the diorama room. Be very careful here because the guard can see you through the windows. Here's a diorama room. I'm going to turn on the lights because that's not a bust to do. Just so we can see this. This is absolutely magnificent. Look at this. The breaking of the siege of Castle Bryn. There was a hint to a card located there. Yeah, it's right there. 4 of hearts. I love the fact that there's a woman or a Hammerite helping a woman escape from this attack. And this one is a little more underwhelming, but ambush at the Ice Watch Pass is still great. Just awesome. So that's the door that was locked that we don't have a key for right now, that we will get a little bit later. We'll have to wait for that guard to come by here again.
I know.
Did he come back that quickly? Okay, I think there is a card. Not back here, but maybe. And this plant, 9 of hearts. Library, because we can't, there are doors into the main foyer, but we don't get any counts for that. There is actually some loot in here. We're going to take that when we come down from above, actually, instead.
Hey!
2 guards up here, but one of them is just here temporarily. He comes, he does a loop that I think goes... oh yeah, that's the guy that went through the security room, right? Or something to that effect. Yeah, we're gonna have to follow him, so let's just wait.
What did I see there? Stop at what?
Wow. What are we doing then? Are we hidden here? I hope so. Well, I know we're hidden here, but... Did that guy give a first alert and just didn't say anything? Seems to work. Oh, we're good. Okay. is a card up here somewhere. Good. Four of diamonds. And there is another secret. A book. Opens a secret in here. A gold nugget. A camera. Or the library. And then also there's a bone of something down here. I'm not sure what that was. But that's page 10. Close that back up. Head in here. Here's a card, 5 of hearts. Nothing else. Alrighty. That's the secret passage that we accessed from below earlier, didn't we? Yeah, from the smoking room. So that you can, of course, come out up here, but we're not going to do that. Oh, no. That accessed the lower floor of the library. I get confused when the map suddenly shows a different floor when I'm on the upper one. Okay. So we are going to head into Father Turton's room now and over into the towers. Yeah, so it's getting a little bit turned around because it's such a big and confusing map.
What's there?
Hey!
So do I have to head in? That seems very difficult to do. No. Again on the wrong floor. No. What I want to do is I need to go back down here and then up to the balcony. That hallway just seems impossible to go through. I need to get the count for it, but that's fine.
What's that?
He's probably going to come in here. I can use the door to block my view, or his view. Pretty sure I can. Yeah. This is Father Turton's room right here. Nobody comes in here. But want to get the count for that hallway. Ay, 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 ay. Can I come there instead from the other side? That's easier. No, let's do it now while we have it available. We got it. Good. Alright. Here's the statue. His Father Church sleeping. Stack of silver coins. Can't take this. Can we read this? June 2nd. The builder shall lay before us trials of faith to prove our worthiness. This I know. Yet it hath been most difficult these recent months. The heretics grow in number each day, and worse, their false preachings do lure men who would otherwise have stayed true to the builder's teachings. Now even a man I believed above such foolishness hath succumbed to what is fashionable, not what is right. Lord Duncan Malveine hath defiled his own house. Blasphemous icons now, or sit now in his once holy chapel, and mechanist contraptions filled his halls. I have made the journey to his house in the city in order that I might try to convince him of the error of his ways. Builder, give me the patience I shall need to speak calmly to him, and not smite him righteously where he stands. Okay. A heavy warhammer, clean and well maintained. Alright.
That can't be me. I watched a few days.
So that, of course, could have been the murder weapon, but doesn't seem like it is. Alright, now in here. Make sure we can't read any of this. Jack of clubs. And page 5. Okay. Yeah, here there's nothing. This takes you out into the balcony, but there's nothing. Oh yeah. I think those two count as the same secret. So here, if you open this, a purse falls down because it was on top of the cabinet there. You could have gone in through the normal door too. And that switches up there. Okay. Now in this room, you have a pair of dice and a readable scroll. Howard, Lord Cedric Buxted will be arriving upon the morrow. He will need accommodation, but the only rooms are the ones Duncan was refurbishing. With half the floor missing, the larger room is out of the question. Therefore, please ensure that all the junk is moved out of the smaller room, and it is made fit for Lord Buxted to stay in. Cedric is a dear old friend of Duncan's, and I will not have him disrespected while under my roof. Speak to Captain Harkwell and engage some of the guard staff to help you if need be. Be it so ordered, Lady Elizabeth Malveine. So Lord Cedric Buxted then is our contractor, if you will.
Hey, I know who this guy is.
So that we checked off at this point. Back here is a card, 10 of hearts. Let's see here. Yep, that is correct. All right. Actually, we're not going to head into the... the tower just yet. This is then a room that is under renovation, this area here. But that's okay. And here there is a very well hidden pair of coins. That was the last piece of loot I found. 54.26. And then here are some sandbags. Here, and we should be able to get up now. Oops. This is the northeast tower rooftop then. So what we need to do, here we go. Turn off the electrical grid floor, which we've done right now.
Strange noises.
And out here, in the northeast, there's another guard. And here is, I think, a scouting orb and 2 flares. So again, nothing that we need. So we need to then return to the northeast tower. And turn this one back on when we are done. So that we cannot forget to do. I believe we have almost all of the cards right now. There's 5 broadhead arrows in this. There's a healing potion here. Nothing else in here. We're going to head upstairs in the north tower. There should be one. Oh yeah, of course. We have to go all the way up. No. Yes, we do. Because back here, Ace of Diamonds. That should be the last card, I think. So, then we can use the cards now on these mechanisms here. Let's see. Yeah. So we can use the cards on the ones that match the suit. And they come in order, so it's pretty easy. There, if you do that, you get access to the key. Key of Diamonds. So you can't return or retrieve these, and you can't return the key. They disappear. So if this mission was Supreme Ghostable, I probably wouldn't have done this. Hearts. This isn't hearts. This is a heart, isn't it? of hearts then. King of clubs. No, this isn't clubs. This is clubs. I hope I have all of them. That was the key of clubs, and then oh, am I missing one now? I am. 8 of spades. Where on earth is 8 of spades? Oh, I hope that's not too far away. All right. So that is on the ground floor. I forgot to pick that up. Well, that sucks. It's in the sitting room here. Well, we can get to that sitting room if we go through the secret from the library. And we can get to the library by going down the stairs from the upper library. Since we're in the tower, we're pretty close to that, so why don't we just go ahead and do that right now. It's a little pit stop, I forgot that one. Just double check that that's where it is. 8 of spades. Yeah, that's where it is. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. Of course, you can skip that if you don't want to watch me do that, but we're backtracking now because of this. I just... Wait. Since I'm in the tower... Can I use that to my advantage and just go straight through the library here? Is that... Yeah, that, the gallery. I mean, that we can do. That is going to be so much easier.
Huh?
So let's definitely do that.
Time for another visit to the tailor, I think. Velvet has gotten so expensive. It's worth it. Even the tradesmen are going up.
You have to go through there then. That's okay.
Thought I saw something.
Here it is. Okay, yeah, that's where I forgot. Well... I didn't save it because I didn't want to get caught, so... Too eager. I'm usually too early on these watchers. I don't think that their peripheral vision is as good as it actually is. Those mechanists sure know how to make their things. Now, of course, we have to go back, which can be tricky. Yeah, now that guard comes. It's much more difficult to gauge from this end. So is it easier for me to just go up the smoking room here? No, probably not. Probably not.
What's that?
Yeah, he's leaving now. That's good. Just to save it, just to have done that.
Is someone there?
Oh, okay. I thought he had passed, but that's good.
Who made that? Who made that?
You have to be able to open that door.
Come, what's that?
I think he heard me stepping. I don't think he heard the door there. I heard him say something, the guard. I don't know if it was an alert or what it was. Yeah, no, there. Now we're good. There we go. I was thinking maybe it could be Father Turton that committed the murder, because maybe he cleaned it, the hammer, and then threw that handkerchief out of the window of the North Tower. That's why we found the handkerchief there. To me, that just sounded logical. But is there enough evidence to really say that that has happened? I mean, it's the only blunt item that I can see, so far anyway, would have caused any of this. And now we have here, that was page 2 of Gregor's missive. So now we have the whole story. So now we can go ahead and read that. Read it in the dark. In these pages, I, Gregor Malveine, do now commit to writing the truth of how I came into my wealth and power, and the price I've paid for it, damning my immortal soul. If I could only go back to that day I found the idol, it seems so long ago now, I would turn around and go far, far away, leaving my curiosity behind. You who read this know that a simple life is better, that no power or riches are worth the weight of a curse upon you. The heathen gods are devils, one and all, and their promises are twisted lies. As I hide the keys all throughout this house, I shall set down my tale of misery, so that others might never follow in my cursed footsteps. It was during the last of the great campaigns against the southern barbarians. We had driven the demon-worshipping pagans back deep into the forests. My band of soldiers and I were harrying them as they retreated, led on secret paths through the woods to strategically viable ambush locations by a couple of turncoat local guides. One day we came into a clearing where an ancient temple had once stood. Now it lay in ruins, but for one grand building in the center whose stone still stood, holding back the creeping growth of the forest that tried to reclaim it. Twisted runes and some dead language covered its surface, and the air in that place had a noticeable chill. In a fit of what I took to be pagan superstition, our guides refused to go on, and no threat or bribe could make them change their mind. Scoffing at their fears, I led my men forward into the long-abandoned courtyard, its walls crumbling and trees growing in the sacred places, their roots bulging up and cracking the flagstones. A yawning dark doorway led into the depths of the building that still stood. Our guides' reticence had already shaken some of the men, and the fear of this ancient shrine to forgotten gods was contagious. Thus it was that I found myself as the only man there unafraid to brave the darkness beyond the portal and see what lay within the temple's interior. With the flickering torch held firmly in my hand, I made my way through the doorway and down the cracked stone steps behind. The noise of the forest outside died almost immediately, and I was left in a close and watchful silence, following a long tunnel draped in old cobwebs and roots. As I walked, I began to hear every now and then strange sounds at the edge of my hearing, a quiet scraping and squeaking like metal scraping upon metal somewhere up ahead. I stopped to listen carefully, but could hear nothing but the flicker of my torch in the low wind that whistled along the passage. Yet when I continued my exploration, I heard it again, the tiniest noise of squeaking metal. I began to feel a presence, as though some malevolent entity was watching my every move. I was unnerved, but I knew I could not return fearful and empty-handed to my cowardly men outside, so I pressed on. I came at last upon a wide chamber, lit only by the light of my torch as it flickered and reflected from the wet stone all around me. In the center was raised a dais of stone, and upon it a statue or idol of such intricate design that I marveled at the unearthly skill needed to make such a thing. It appeared to have been constructed from intricate interlocking pieces of bronze and inset with gold and jewels. Its face was demonic and sent a chill down my spine, for the craftsmanship was so precise that I could only think that whoever had made it must have looked upon their unholy subject directly. Nonetheless, its intrinsic value was obvious, so I reached out and took it. As I picked it up, I heard the quiet squeak of metal, but by some trick of the echo, I thought it was coming from right behind me, and I spun around in terror. I realized that the idol in my hand consisted of moving parts, slivers of interlaced metal that slid across each other until it transformed its shape into a new configuration entirely. These slivers were razor sharp, and as it changed, it sliced into my hand. I dropped it in shock and stood dumbstruck as my blood rippled steadily into the dust. I bound my hand to staunch the flow of blood, then carefully picked up the idol again, using my spare belt to wrap the thing such that it would not cut me again. I lifted it gingerly and watched as tilting it caused the entire structure to continue to shift and slide into itself, with a sound like 100 knives being quietly sharpened, until the humanoid form I had initially seen was unrecognizable, and in its place was a shape of abstract horror that defies all description. I felt a cold chill, as though some arctic wind were blowing down the passage, and my torch fluttered so much I thought it must surely go out. I tipped the statue again, and the flickering firelight revealed its original shape return from the confusion of twisted bronze slivers. Then a great, deep, echoing groan reached me, seeming to echo from all around, and I ran back the way I had come, clutching a strange idol as carefully as I could. As soon as I again reached daylight, the moaning sounds resolved itself into the sound of battle, warped and changed as they echoed into that underground chamber. My men were under attack from an onslaught of the pagan barbarians. They were hideously outnumbered, and it seemed we would all surely die here, fighting to the last. I threw aside my torch and drew my sword. Yet upon seeing me emerge from the temple with the strangest idol in my hand, the pagans stopped their assault. They now backed away from us in fear. I realized they were afraid of the idol, so I raised it above my head and roared at them. Their entire force turned and fled in superstitious terror, and soon they had all melted away into the trees. I was hailed as a hero, and the soldiers were enamored of the idol, calling it a good luck charm. I stowed it carefully in my pack, and kept it until finally we returned to the city, triumphant. After that, it seemed good luck followed me everywhere I went, though the idol itself still filled me with a constant dread. I studied it for hours and found the tiny switch that locked it into its humanoid configuration. I dared not slide it back into the shape I had seen just the once, that ungodly, writhing abomination. The coincidences were small at first, but after a while I realized I had luck on my side, winning a small fortune every time I played at cards. Accusations of cheating abounded, but the idol's protection kept me safe, always helping me avoid run-ins with other disgruntled gamblers through a series of apparent yet unfortunate coincidences. I met and married the love of my life, Maria. The idol stayed close as I wooed her, and it felt like our romance was charmed. I kept the idol close by on our wedding day, and it watched the consummation from an alcove in our bedroom. I even used my winnings to buy back the old tower that used to be my grandfather's, and a lot more land besides. I had plans drawn up for a grand mansion, and with the idol by my side was able to procure the best deals from architects and construction firms. Yet I became paranoid that someone might find out the truth about the idol and steal it. I had a special shrine built in the dungeon beneath my grandfather's old tower. Ostensibly, it was a vault for the winnings of my endeavors at gambling, and it was sealed with an ostentatious sequence of locks and keys in the shape of a standard set of playing cards. To the casual observer, it would appear to be a little follow of an eccentric, rich old man. Little would anyone know the true value of the treasure housed within. All the while, I felt the idol like a malevolent presence looking always over my shoulder. I opened the vault the morning after I had first locked the idol away within. To my horror, the switch appeared to have come loose, and it had shifted into its abominable, leering, eldritch shape. I quickly shifted it back to its more palatable formation and ensured the locking clasp was in place. I began to hear that quiet squeaking as of metal sliding on metal whenever I was alone in a quiet part of the house, and the feeling of being watched became ever more prevalent. I felt that a dark shape was always just out of sight at the corner of my vision, and each day when I ventured down to the vault, I would find the idol stood upon its pedestal where I had left it, but always back into the horrifying shape that makes my skin crawl and my eyes water. I stopped visiting the vault, left the thing locked way deep beneath the house, but still I heard those faint metal noises. Everything I did now, my luck had changed. I began to lose when I gambled. Unfortunate coincidences began to occur more and more frequently. I could not sleep, for whenever I was about to drift off, I would hear the squeal of metal on metal, distant but piercing, and I would fly away, awake with all my hair standing on end, feeling as though someone had just been leaning over my bedside but a second before. I became more and more reclusive, afraid to do anything for fear of the curse that I knew now haunted me. I was terrified for Maria and for the child that she now carried inside her. At last the day came that the child was due. In desperation I ventured back down to the vault. I found the idol still there, sitting innocently in its humanoid configuration. It sat silent while I pleaded with it, begged it to spare my wife and child, now struggling in labor far above. And then in front of me, the metal slivers began to slide. I stared at the idol, stared at the full horror emerging as it changed and kept changing, though its horrifying eldritch shape now into something else, something so terrible that I cannot now recall its shape at all. I remember it only as a blinding white light that fills my heart with despair and terror. I locked the vault and ran from that place. Upstairs, the doctor and midwife worked tirelessly. They did everything they could, but after many hours my darling Maria succumbed to blood loss and passed from this world. My son Duncan was alive. I knew that my pleas had not gone unheard. The cruelest of bargains had been struck. As I looked down at the shining blue eyes of my son, I felt the idol's presence watching with a hungry gaze. I knew only that I must keep him safe. The curse would have to die with me. Now I wait, here in the old drawing room, which I have walled off so that none should ever find and consecrate my remains. I have hidden the playing card keys all throughout the house. None should ever open that dread vault. None should ever again find what is inside. I have drunk the poison, and soon I shall slip away, in the hope that my son might have a chance at a better life. If anyone should read this, beware of the horror within the shrine beneath the old tower. Have a care for your soul, but do not pray for mine. It is already damned. Wow. Quite a story. And we actually got another bonus objective. You acquired all the pages of Gregor's final missive. Okay. So now we can actually, let me see, what level are we on here? Yeah, that was the level we're supposed to be on. So this should be the southeast. So there should be only one exit here. There's no other hints or anything, is there? Okay. So we're going to head this way now. So this area here is now the northwest rooftop. This is the northeast. The only thing that is in here, I think, is a couple of broadhead arrows.
Hello?
Yeah.
Anyone there?
Right here. But yeah, we're going to head over to the northwestern one. So the first thing we have to do should also be, yeah, there's a footlocker on top of there. There's 3 more broadhead arrows in that footlocker. We're going to head into the clock tower first. Careful because there's a guard there, but I don't think he'll see us. Full can of oil. Okay. Oh, this I haven't seen.
I
Vault.
should write that down.
2972. Then that readable was referring to something in this part. This one here I think just turns off the lights somewhere. 2972. That we definitely should write down. Code 2972. So not only the location of the code, but I think the code itself also changes. Now in here, we have the Book of Spades. So that we're going to need. The first is keeping nice and hot. We're playing Children Worry Not. The second, staying nice and cool under these clouds and moonlit pool. For where a sermon might be heard, be penitent and find the third. Watch your Lieber's room is hiding, in the wall the fourth residing. If it's the fifth you seek to find, beneath the stairs has been confined. The sixth is waiting at a height, within the master bedroom light. The seventh hides behind a chair, in basement storeroom small and square. When curling up to read a book, the eighth you'll find if you just look. A common servant's lowly bed, the ninth is lying by its head. The 10th is in a corner room, behind the sofa in the gloom. Behold, a table green and wide, the jack is on the underside. Within the walls a secret cell, the queen can watch young Isabel. Upon a frozen, icy shelf, the king is waiting by himself. So we have all those keys, and we're going to need that book too. We need 3 books, like I said, to get one piece of loot. That's pretty difficult. Now, the next piece of loot is then in this tower right here. That guard has a purse worth 100. And you cannot open the door below him or the door above without him hearing it and giving a first alert. And if the we have to go slow here. If the switch to the electrified floor is in this tower, you cannot go up to that tower from below, from inside. You have to go in through the door here.
Hello? Show yourself.
Okay, he shouldn't say that. If we walk along here.
Who's there? Hello?
Okay. Oh, okay. You can be dark if you are closer. Closer to the darker side, or the right side. I didn't know that.
Hello? Someone there?
Yeah. Wow, so you have to go over along the dark ledge and then cross directly over here, and then he is covered by that balcony. That's how it is. Let's see.
Someone making noise?
See, he hears that. And there's no access from below. You see that? There's just a letter here. Dear Mr. Thornwood, I was most delighted to learn of your passion for amateur stargazing, and I must apologize for my brusque manner. I am afraid that my opinion of you had been colored by the sort of unsavory tales that the gossip hounds of society like to tell, but I can see I was wrong. Don't judge a book by its cover, as they say. Our observation of the Leonidas meteors were of course interesting, but I would be more honored if you would consider joining us for the passage of Ginwold's comet on Thursday, 4 weeks hence. It should be an even more fascinating night of scientific discovery. Yours sincerely, Polonius Grimm, Chief Astronomer, Baronial Observatory. Okay. Here we are. So here's his purse. There's nothing else up here. But of course we have to get that purse. So how do we get that purse without actually opening the door or anything like that? Well, we can reach it over the ledge, but only if we make a little stack here. 2 items should be enough. And if we use the vault security manual and 1 of those, you can reach it. That is pretty straightforward.
I've been here only a few months. Think that I can just get away with pushing me around. I'll show them someday. Someday they'll get what they deserve.
Then we have to go back here the same way. You can go in here.
Thought there's something.
That's to the library upstairs.
Just my imagination, I suppose.
But I don't think you can get out of here without him seeing you. I think he's pretty alert to that. But that is a way.
Just because I've been here only a few months. Think that I can just get away with pushing me around. I'll show them someday. Someday they'll get what they deserve.
Occasionally that guard up there stops turning. He doesn't twist. He twists a little bit now. Alright, so now we are moving. Yeah, so we can't get the... Yeah, we can't get the count for the northwest tower then, because we'll take a Supreme bus doing that. I guess maybe we could have jumped up on the balcony, but that we're gonna have to do in the southwest tower. That's why we need 3 items there. So I'm gonna just not bother getting the count for that then, I guess. Instead, we're going to go here. Here we can grab a torque worth 150, total 5676. That is even another bonus objective. This was worth the climb. Oh, whoa, whoa.
Did that shadow move?
Oh, he saw me there.
Nothing now.
Yeah, he saw me too. Okay. 3 guards here. That guard that comes from inside isn't normally an issue. Let's make a real save. Yeah. We're basically coming up on the two hardest moves in the mission right now. Back to back, really. There's a guard up there too, you might see him. And then there's a guard up here, of course.
What do I see there?
I need to get here before he turns around again.
Seems peaceful enough now.
Yeah, that's him. He sees me. I don't think this cycle here is good for us, actually. I think we have to wait for the next round, because there are 3 guards here. We can monitor it here. 4 guards, sorry, because you have the guy on that rooftop too. So yeah, I'll explain a little bit when we get closer, because this is the southwest tower, of course. And we have the room with the vault that we're getting into afterwards. So yeah, we're just gonna have to wait for that round. Oh, he goes over there too. That's right, I forgot that. Okay, well, we can still wait for him to come this way. Oh, okay, yeah, but that's actually okay, because now he's... This is much, much better. There we go. There. Now we're good. I'm gonna actually make another real save there. I'll make it right over that one. Let me first show you in here.
I would never have seen such insolence, such disrespect.
Okay.
And if he had,
This is
he
the
would have been
painter.
flogging,
Isn't
I
that
tell you.
Levitt? Is that Francis Levitt, I think? She does not alert to the door. Don't worry about that. Yeah, because this is Victor Levitt's Miracle Cream. Cures all manner of maladies, yeah. Okay. A case of oil paint and a palette knife. Okay. Well, that palette knife definitely couldn't create a thump in his head here, so let's read this. City Tribune, Society, June 4th. Francis Levitt's disturbing new collection. Many of the city's most prominent art patrons gathered at the Gallery of Lord Porter last night to witness the grand opening of celebrated painter Francis Levitt's latest collection. And what a collection it is. The subjects of her paintings seem designed only to shock and titillate. Flames writhe around naked dancers, brutal figures dismember each other in gory scenes. One can only wonder at the damaged mind that could produce such abominations. Nonetheless, the event was a success, with many of the nobility going wild for the most horrifyingly distasteful images. Mrs. Levitt herself remained incongruously meek and demure all throughout the event, adding to her mystique. Interesting. Okay.
Guards! Help, someone! There's an intruder here.
Who goes there?
Opening this door
I have
alerts
spied
this
the
guy.
criminal. Guards! Thief!
And over
Don't let him
here
escape just-
is a toolbox with a piece of loot. So we cannot use the top. We cannot use the top door there, of course, because that is a supreme bust, and we cannot reach that from below. So we have to actually get up to the balcony here, and for the longest time I didn't thought that would be possible with that busting supreme. I managed to from that side, but it was not predictable. We're too lit up on that side to not get spotted by that guy, but we can do it from this side. So we're gonna do that. That's what we need the 3 readables for. There. It's fairly easy when you go from this side. Gear worth 25, total 5701. Getting back down is actually a little bit difficult. We have to wait for... We probably have to wait for this guard to actually go way over to that corner, so he has his back turned. Because he doesn't alert, or he doesn't give verbal alerts when he is stationary. I can try to do it without, but... What we have to do now is we have to, as slowly as humanly possible... We have to drop down here.
Who goes there?
Maybe we'll actually have to do this.
Huh?
Should be able to do that. You can maybe... Can we maybe do that? Just... Maybe with a mantle or something. You can do it on top of those books, but it's difficult because you have to go so slow and you have to find just the right angle. I'll try it again here. Good. We did it.
What's that?
Oh! Okay, well, it's possible. It's possible then. That's actually the most difficult thing, is to get back down. But there's just so many guards around. And do I dare save it here? Yeah, I'll save it here.
Something moved.
See, that's the last pinch there of the...
What's that? Huh?
Okay. Well, we did it that one time, so it's definitely possible to do.
What's that? Who got?
What was that? I was walking there. Oh, the book fell down.
Huh?
Let's do this.
Huh?
Sometimes he doesn't alert, and sometimes he does. That's what sort of puzzles me. It's almost puzzling me to the point where I don't like it, kind of thing.
Who goes there?
Seems like I almost have to go faster than slower. That's the odd thing. Okay. Well, there it worked. Good.
What do I see there?
Okay, then we might have to wait for that. Oh, I didn't even save it here. Well, it does seem like just going fast there instead of dropping slowly is the better deal. Because he doesn't say anything. Come on. There. I think I might... With that guy coming out, I think I might just have to wait for his next patrol here. The next item we're going to pick up is the Star of Seraphine, the main objective. And we've turned off the electrified floor. We're going to have to turn off the Watcher in the vault. And we're going to obviously have to open the vault door. And we're going to have to get an item to place on the pedestal, because there was a weight security device there too, right? Oh, no, 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 no. He sees us up from top there. It's just that he is stationary right now, so he doesn't say anything, which is terribly annoying. Really? Okay.
What's going?
Yeah, he sees me now, you know. More dark here. There we go. Here's the security room above the vault. That's, of course, the place we want to be right now. Now, a little bit of a problem, too, is that there is a guard downstairs, right outside the vault. The guy that we saw circling a little bit earlier. These are the light. This is the light switch in here. Oh, and there is the camera. That we don't have to. Well, I mean, we have to worry about it, but we're not going to turn that off. We don't need to turn that off. We can dodge that guy. And that camera there is actually more dangerous on this floor than it is on the floor below. Oh, this is the code for the vault door. Okay, so that I want to wait a little bit with. Electrified floors off. Vault camera. Vault lights. We don't need to turn off. Door lights. We don't need to turn off any lights. We're going to turn that off. Okay. Now we're going to go up and get that item that we need to...
What I see there?
It's the bag in the very other corner. I'm going to just check his route.
Nothing there now.
Yeah, he doesn't see us when we're crouched.
Seems clear enough now.
Okay. Then I'm going to listen for him. You can see the camera from here, so you can sort of gauge it. Stack of compost is what we're going to take. We just have to gamble on that camera. We can't gauge that from up here. You can do that. There. I'm going to take a look at the... What I'm going to do now is I'm going to wait for the guard to come here, because he actually will see the door of the vault being open. And he will actually go over to investigate, and will catch you if you're in there. Okay, here he is. Or that might be another guard. Is he coming now? I think he is. There we go. $29.72. Okay. Gonna make a real save there. Can't make that clang there. Oh, he saw something. Hear that?
Who's over there?
What did he? How did he? Did he see or hear something here?
Jordan.
Let's see.
Cook said we might get stew today.
Yeah, he saw me there.
Real cow. Hope he saves it. I hate.
Comes around the corner there. That's what he does. You have to use a rope here. I wasn't sure how far down it saw me, so... I'm gonna turn off auto equip for now. Camera's back on. Perfect. Fantastic. Okay. So we obviously took 2 busts there. We turned off the camera, which is not allowed for Supreme, and we cannot return that bag of compost. That's comparable exactly what we had to do in the Black Frog Mission 2, the portrait, where you have to leave an item to take an objective, and you can pick the bag of compost back up again, so it's physically possible to return it, but obviously we are not going to do that because then you trigger the alarm. So those are 2 busts. The turning off of the Watcher is the biggest bust, of course. But there we have it. Excellent. That is very excellent. That is a new real save. So now what we have to do is we have to return the Book of Spades to the clock tower first. Then we're going to do a couple of things that we haven't done yet.
Did that shadow move?
Oh, that's good timing. That's very good timing. Can I get up here? No, I don't think I can.
What do I see there?
I didn't know what way he turned. So many guards here that I just gotta take it as slow as I can. Book of Spades, wasn't it? Yes. So we can't really return it back in that hole, but that's close enough. So now we're actually going to go in through those doors, aren't we? Yeah. We're going to go in here and then into Raymond and Lucy Malveine's. Isn't that the son and daughter-in-law, I believe? the worst timing you could imagine here. Am I actually not going to get caught? We might be blocked by the side here, it's just it doesn't seem like it.
Can't hear it anymore.
No, he did see us. I've learned to, like, never save until enemies start patrolling again. And just listen for alerts.
Thought I saw something.
Oh. Okay. Let's go over here instead. This rooftops here, strangely enough, that's the most difficult part of the mission. No, that other guard saw us there, I'm sure. Where is he? There he is. There aren't any cameras on the top floor here. Okay. Alright, let's see if there's anything in here. Okay, yeah. Journal. Friday, June 6th. I think I'm wearing Miss Crawford down. She acts distant, as is proper for one in her position, but I can tell that deep down she'd like nothing more than to sing a rousing duet with me. I've been practicing every night in the bath for hours. I want Raymond to hear how well I can hit the high notes now, but for some reason he always seems to be busy elsewhere in the house. Isabel does not yet appreciate her mother's artistry, but she will. A knitting needle. Okay. 2 goblets. Victor Levitt's Miracle Cream. Put your doctor out of business. The strongest and best cream for... Yeah, we listed all those before. Expert drugologist. 101 knitting patterns for bored society ladies. Stack of gold coins. I'm going to turn back on auto prep. High security lock sample. Okay. Raymond's key, we're going to need that. My dear Raymond, thank you for meeting with me on Tuesday night. I have just received the dreadful news about your father. To think that such a terrible thing could occur while we were engaged in discussing such everyday matters as shipping details makes me shudder. Please accept my utmost condolences. I want you to know that I shall put our deal on hold for as long as you need. I'm sure the last thing you want right now is to have a deal with business. I will be ready whenever you are, and I enclosed a sample for your inspection when you feel up to it. Yours sincerely, Julius Tabert & Sons Locksmith. Okay, Tuesday night, then he was busy. He has an alibi. So that's not Raymond either. Three, six, so there's 8 that has an alibi. Okay. Now we are going to head down from the stairs here. There are 2 pieces of loot, actually, on pedestals here and here. On the 2nd floor, I believe. So we're going to take those, and we are going to head in through these doors and then down to the dungeon, and we're also going to hit Leon Malveine's room there. We're just going to have to go for it. Okay, that wasn't too bad. It doesn't seem like there's anybody. I could have done that if I'd just been a little more careful. Oh, I thought I was underneath it. For sure. I guess not. Head in here. I'm just going to check, is there anything in this one? No. So yeah, we're now on the second floor. So that's the door we have to go through here. Peek our head out and make sure that we monitor him so that when he's gone we can go. If I said that this mission isn't very difficult earlier, I take that back. You know, there's plenty of places to hide, but there's a lot of patrols.
Damn it!
That was bad timing. He should open the door there and stop right here, I think. What's that frown on your face? He knows he's getting robbed, probably. We're gonna have to wait here. We can't dodge the guard and the camera. There we go. Okay. So here we are in Raymond's dungeon. An old stained industrial welding mask. Here is multiple layers of old spattered blood. Okay. Some kind of rubber device. Oof. Senorita's Spanx lubricating lotion. Raymond, you cannot seriously expect to be welcomed back to the club until this mess with your father is blown over. How do you think the City Watch or the papers will react if they discover the truth about the club? And for your own sake, do you really think that a murder investigation is the best time to risk revealing that you get your kicks from beating screaming girls in a smoky basement when you should be at home with your wife? There's a good reason we all wear masks. Find your kicks somewhere else until the heat is off. Tarkin. Okay. We're now in Leon Malveine's quarters, and he is in there, and he comes in here, but we are hidden behind the door. I'm going to read this first. June 1st. It becomes more and more difficult with each day to keep the woodsy magic alive in the city. The accursed mechanists grow stronger all the time, and black soot chokes all the plants and trees in the city. I wonder how long it will be until the gardens here at my father's house succumb to this creeping destruction. It troubles me greatly. June 2nd. I spent the day tending to the gardens at the back of the house, pruning and tidying the flowers. Father dismissed the gardener, for he has become enamored of the mechanists and their vile ways. It's up to me to look after the grounds now. Tomorrow I shall make a start on the south side terraces. Father had better stay out of my way, lest I give him a piece of my mind. Okay. There, if we stop this door here now, then we will be dark behind the door and hidden, so he won't see me. 5881. There should also be a journal in his bedroom and one more piece of loot. A small bag of rare plant seed.
Who are you? Guards! Thief! Don't let him get away!
Well, there's no journal, so that might be an item that just disappears, depending on...
Time for another visit to the tailor, I think. Velvet has gotten so expensive. I don't know whether it's worth it.
5886.
The tradesmen are going up on the velvet coats. Hardly.
Now we're going to have to return Raymond's key then. I just wanted to get the count for this room. So there are some rooms here that are not counted, but they can't be counted. So it is what it is, but at least we got that room. Timing for once. This one we can actually safely drop. Without him waking up. Okay, another real save. Alright. Now we have to head all the way back downstairs. Because we have to... Well, we have to return the security manual and the book of clubs to Duncan's room on the second floor. We have to also turn back on the electrical floor in the northeast tower. We have to turn on the lights in the armor gallery to whoever we think killed Duncan. We have to frame somebody. And if it's possible, I would like to frame the same person that killed him. But then that person has to be outside the family. You can't frame somebody in the family. Because I would like to frame the same person, because otherwise two people end up getting hanged, essentially. But to frame somebody, we have to go down and get that bag of loot, and that subtracts 1,000 from our total. And there's also 2 other objectives that we can hit. And that's what we're going to do now. So we'll see what route I take here. I think I'm first going to go all the way down to the basement and get that sack of loot that we can use to frame somebody. That seems the most logical. That, doesn't he? There. We're also going to need to get a count for this area here on the roof. We haven't done that. We also haven't gotten a count for the... Oh yeah, we didn't actually go into the southwest tower, did we? Oh, okay. So those 2 towers there. Ah, well, I'm not going to go back and do that. The northwest we can't get anyway, so... I'm gonna go back up now. Now we're getting that area of the roof. Okay. We're going to have to jump into the pool. If you do that from up here, you actually get a hidden objective checked off. That's an objective that I must admit I did not know about until I read a post on the forum or something.
Someone...
drop down here. We get a new objective.
I don't see anything now.
Whoa. Is that somebody that actually saw us? Not now. So now we got a bonus. A leap of faith, essentially. Okay. If I am correct now. We can go all the way back to the basement now, because if we go out here, we should be able to get to the area that we started, and that's where the sack of loot is, right? Isn't it? I'm pretty sure.
What nice.
Okay, that is not a good time to go now, for sure. I'll have to wait for that guard then. Okay, here we are. So that should subtract the loot amount. 48.86. Yeah, that's correct. We have one piece of loot left to take. And that's the Thief's Bane. This sword. But now we checked off that we have to steal 1,000 in miscellaneous loot and stash it in the sack now where you started. So that's what we then have to put in somebody's keepsake box. So I guess it's time to talk about who could the killer be, because we have visited every single room with readables that I know about anyway. And there are 4 pieces of evidence that I would say lead to one person. But there's not any kind of, proof conclusive, but I know it's somebody, on the property. A friend of the family or a family member. So, the biggest hint is the murder weapon. That it has to be a heavy, blunt item that killed him. You also have the location of where the murder occurred in the mechanist prayer room. You have the bloody handkerchief that we found. And you have whether the person had an alibi or not. That's basically the evidence that we have. And the only person that I feel it could be is Father Turton. I can't think of anybody else, because he had a huge warhammer in his room. It was clean, sure, but there was a bloody handkerchief just north of the North Tower, and his room is very close to that tower, so he could easily have cleaned it off and then thrown that handkerchief out the window. That seems logical to me. And he has no alibi, and he has motive, because he can't stand the fact that Duncan had gone mechanist. So he is the one I think I'm going to go for, and we'll find out at the end if that's correct. And he is also not a member of the family, so we can frame him also for the theft of the Star of Seraphine. So basically, what would be great now is to get to the North Tower. That would be the absolute best place to go to. Because yeah, if I can get to the North Tower, that's the absolute best place. Yeah, then I know how to get there. That he heard up there, I guarantee you that. The North Tower is a very good way to get access to the different floors without really being exposed too much. Let's see. We're gonna actually climb up here.
Is someone there?
Of course. Not sure if this is the guard that comes out here or not.
Strange noises.
It was not. Okay, that's good.
What the?
That was the guy I was afraid of, so that's why I was hiding in the secret here.
It's awful cold out here tonight. I just wish I had a better coat.
We're going to have to get the idol also in the basement, but we're going to end the mission through the sewers, which has access in the basement, so that's not a problem. Let's see now. Let's see. We wanna... No, we can't go through this secret from the outside, right? Okay, well I'm gonna make a real save here, because, call it before framing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna then give him the sack of loot, and that checked off hiding the sack of loot in the bedroom. Okay. And then we can go up. Turn back on the electrical floor. Okay. And then what we need to do is go return those items to Duncan Malveine's. But that we have to do from the first floor. Because you can't go from the second floor directly into those upper floors of Duncan's. So we have to go back down. Save because of that guard that can come out here. There we go. Good. Wait, no. The Book of Clubs, wasn't that down here? Yeah, it was right here. There, that's good. And then security menu, you can't put that flat, so we'll put it here. And then we want to actually head south again. No. I was holding crouch there, so if you let go, you'll... Okay. First, we can pick the lock on this. Thief's Bane. And grab that. I don't think you can... 5011, that's max for the mission. Oops, no, you can't. Sorry. I just want to find... These are all members of the family, I think. This is Father Abraham Turton, right there. We're gonna go with him and hope that that's right. Hope that that's right. Then we only have the idol left to take. So we have to, of course, get our butts down to the bottom floor. We have to go out through the south entrance now to do that. Go straight underneath. I don't know if she can see us here. The late Lord Duncan Malveine. The undertakers have cleaned them up for the funeral, and there's a little to be discerned from the corpse. Okay. I thought you could be dark there in the corner. Do we have a clear path here? Maybe. Should have. Was that somebody hearing the door?
Did that shadow?
No, it was not.
Is that you?
I'm not sure if he comes, or if he goes downstairs, or what he does here. At least we can go downstairs.
Hello?
Oh, yeah. There's one guard here. There's no camera on this floor, but there's a guard. Because we can go down here now. And then we'll come out here. Because then we can go through the servants, right? Go all the way this way. Because we have to go up to the dungeon to get the idol. Almost done. It's been a long mission. Man. There is a chance, of course, that I forgot to close a door somewhere, or maybe got an alert that I didn't hear. So, of course, I want you to point those out. It's not a supremable mission anyway.
Singing in the
So
morning.
it's not like it's the end of the world.
Singing at night, looking for girl birds to meet up with. Just don't hear them no more. Kinda sad.
There he is.
Someday I'm not gonna be alive.
And here comes that guard. Well, we have to... have to wait for him then. I must be honest, I'm gonna be very surprised if it isn't Father Turton. I feel that there's no other evidence I've found that hints to anybody else having motive or the... I didn't actually know that anybody came through here. The motive or the ability, you know, with the murder weapon and all that. But I mean, if you visit the whole map and you read everything, and you pay attention to what you read and all the clues and all that, it should be straightforward. You know, a mission should... If it's not straightforward, then the mission really is too difficult. But it's not a mandatory objective to be able to finish. You know, you finish it, but whether you get it right or wrong, it's not going to be ruining the run. There we go, awesome. That was easier than I thought. Spades. So these disappear when you use them, so... you then don't have to... return them. The idol. New objective. Bonus. Do you believe in curses? Alright, so this isn't closing of that. And I don't think you can't. You can't close it, right? Nope. You have to simply lock the locks again. Okay. All we have to do now is get our butts to the sewers. See if I close that door. Excellent. Let's see. You correctly identified Abraham Turton as the murderer. Yes, he was arrested the very next morning. City Tribune, special report. Hamright priest found guilty. Father Abraham Turton confessed yesterday to the murder of Lord Duncan Malveine earlier this month. In his confession, he stated that he had come to visit Lord Malveine to discuss the nobleman's recent conversation to the mechanists. He confronted Lord Malveine in the sanctity of his prayer room and flew into a rage when the Lord scoffed at his pleas. Lord Malveine died as a result of a heavy blow to the head from Father Turton's hammer. Many expected Judge Langdon to be lenient on the priest due to his station, but he was not swayed by calls of pity and passed the maximum sentence, death by hanging. The execution is to take place tomorrow morning. You framed Abraham Turton for the theft of the Star of Seraphine. City Tribune, Star of Seraphine remains at large. Murder suspect Father Abraham Turton still refuses to divulge the location of the Star of Seraphine, the world's largest diamond stolen earlier this month from the secure vault of the late Lord Duncan Malveine. The father was caught red-handed trying to make it off with a considerable amount of stolen valuables after killing Lord Malveine, but the Star of Seraphine was not among them. The City Watch has set up a task force to recover the stolen gem, but have so far turned up no leads. It seems Father Turton will take the diamond's location with him to the grave when he is executed tomorrow. There we go. And there are 2 ropes because you can frame a different person, right? So there could be 2 people dying here. Okay. What a fantastic mission that was. I mean, thank you, Nick. This is just this is a top tier mission. So much to it, and with all the variables, I don't know how many. If you guys can enlighten me, how many different? Well, there is a post on TTLG where it was outlined all the different ones and their motives and all that. I didn't look at that in detail because I didn't want to know, but I know that there's many different possibilities. So this is really cool, and it's cool that I got one that I hadn't gotten before. I mean, I would have restarted, I think. If I had, but anyway. That was a successful Perfect Thief. It was not a successful Ghost. Sorry, successful Supreme. Because we busted Supreme in two ways. We turned off the Watcher in the vault, and we left the sack of compost there so that we didn't trigger the alarm. We turned the Watcher back on, we closed the door and everything, we didn't turn off any lights or anything like that, and I couldn't see any other Supreme bust, whether it's first alerts or doors left open or anything like that. We returned everything that we took. So that should be it. And that took us 3 hours 7 minutes, 32 seconds. That's a long game time. We found 5,011 loot out of 5,011. We picked 1 out of 1 pocket, and we picked 2 locks only. No knockouts, no damage dealt, damage taken and healing taken. Secrets found 11 out of 11. Killer successfully identified, yes. You accused Father Abraham Turton of murder, and you framed Father Abraham Turton for the theft of the diamond. Pages of Gregor's missive found 13 out of 13. Iron playing cards found 52 out of 52. Wow. Okay, awesome. There's just so much to this mission. So many hidden things, so many collectibles. It maybe is a little bit excessive with the playing cards, but I think it's cool. And you don't have to do it. It's an optional bonus objective, actually. So that's just cool. I haven't played too many of Nick's missions, but the ones I've played, this one and Turning of the Leaves, they're just fantastic missions. So I might look into some more of his. I know he's made many. So that's great. Thank you. Hope you guys enjoyed this. Let me know what you think. And let me know if you guys knew it was Abraham Turton maybe before I disclosed it, or if you guys had played this version before or haven't, and if there were other clues to him having done it that I didn't pick up on. That would be really interesting for me to hear. And just there's so much detail here that any detail you can shed that I didn't share, please share that with me. That would be great. The next mission is going to be Seven Sisters, Mission 3, or Night 3. So I'll see when I get to that. Probably not too long, because I have it all ready to be recorded. I played that before, so that wasn't difficult to prep. And then we have the other 3 campaigns to finish as well. Yeah. But for me, it's off to bed. I'm recording this one at night, so yeah, definitely bedtime for me. And I will see you guys next time. Hope you enjoyed this. Have a good day. Bye-bye.